Alrighty. Let's see if things are... This is a 1, and a 2, and a 3. And... where are we? 1, and a 2, and a 3. Alright. Alright. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls. I never understand why this does not show up properly. Where are you here? YouTube. I'm looking at my YouTube stream. Why do you not show up? It's like I hear the stream showing up. But nothing I'm doing is actually... Nothing is actually showing up on the stream. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. Never understand why it takes forever for... 1, 2... for whatever I'm typing in the YouTube chat to initially kick in and say, hey, by the way, we're going to allow you to actually post stuff now. I'm like, why do you not show up? Anyway. So, tonight we get to work on Mirrodin Besieged. And Mirrodin Besieged, so if you were here last week, you may remember, or if you watched the video that I posted last week, you might remember that Mirrodin Besieged, we got the... we got into Scars of Mirrodin. And the plane of Mirrodin is under attack by the Phyrexians. And we had a interesting situation that I don't believe we had come across before in, like, especially for pre-releases. We were given, because and again, I don't remember for sure, but it feels accurate. We were given the opportunity to go for either the Mirran Defenders or the Phyrexian Invasion, and which side did we want to play as? And so when you got your pre-release kit, it would be geared a little more towards one side than the other. And, you know, this has proven to be something that people gravitate towards. So occasionally this is a thing that happens. So, for example, if you go to, I think the Secrets of Strixhaven pre-release. Yeah, Secrets of Strixhaven pre-release, you got to choose one of the 5 schools. And you would have, like, 5 regular packs, and then 1 pack that was geared more towards the school you chose. So if you chose Prismari as an example, Prismari being their name for the red blue, the red blue color combination, which was more about um, it's kind of like the study of emotion, the study of art on an emotional level. It's like studying art for the sake of studying art, but understanding why art makes people feel the way they do. At least that's the impression I get from a flavor perspective. Um, from a mechanical perspective, you are doing what red and blue like to do, and you like to cast a bunch of spells in the same turn. You do like to plan ahead, but it's Prismari. I seem to remember being full of like color and vibrancy. When you're looking at the cards, it's very much it's less a mechanical thing and more of just like a feel, you know. Um, Witherbloom being black green is more, more what you expect from Golgari in general. Life, death, life, decay, death. Um, Actually, life, death, decay, rebirth. The entire cycle of the cycle of life and how it works. Uh, Stuff dying, giving you life. Stuff, you know, the sort of thing that you expect. Um, Lorehold, which would be Boros anywhere else, is basically the study of history. And, you know, this is where your archaeologists come in, is Lorehold. But they study what has happened so they know, you know, I mean, how does it go? Those who refuse to learn from the past are doomed to repeat it, or something like that. And so they take that seriously, and so they want to learn what's happened before, so they can you know learn about, hey, this is stuff we've got to watch out for. The sort of it's kind of like taking the idea of stuff that you learn in school taken to like the next level, because the stuff that you learn in school is stuff that people have already discovered, which you can then make use of. And some might argue about, whether uh, learning a Shakespearean sonnet is useful in day to day life. And I the way I'm thinking about, at least currently thinking about it, is an appreciation for language, not necessarily the English language, but just language, and how it gets used, and the idea of just simply the simple thought of, well, words have meaning, and if you start going down that rabbit hole, it's, well, you can find yourself going into linguistics, which is, in my opinion, it's an interesting field in and of itself. Um, you can go into the idea of learning additional languages, which opens up so many doors when it comes to when it comes to trying to find a job later. It can also help towards things like, computer programming, because the idea of being able to, like, especially looking at code that in a language that you're not familiar with, but understanding how, the words that Shakespeare used, what they meant, and being able to take that kind of um that kind of thought process. You know, well, I see this is being used to mean this. Well, if you apply it to, let's say you're used to programming in Python and somebody hands you some code that's in, you know, Rust, or let's go something that's a little more esoteric, a little more esoteric, but still surprisingly relevant 60, 70 years later, COBOL. And you take a look at this, and it's like, they may be using words, but I get what they're trying to say. And less a matter of being able to, deconstruct, understand why a sonnet is, but like looking at the words and what the what the person who's writing it has intended. You know, and there's all sorts of different ways that you can take just from learning about Shakespearean sonnets, especially if you start listening to them, or at least reading them in the way it was written, rather than a modern interpretation of them. So there's a lot of stuff that you learn in school. Like there's stuff that you learn in school because at some point it's a thing you're going to need to know. 2 plus 2 equals 4. You know, 3 times 6 is 18. Stuff like that you're eventually going to need to learn you're eventually going to need to know at some point. Or how to construct a sentence in your primary language. I'm assuming English because I'm an English speaker. I am well aware this is not the only language that exists. It's like they say, write based on what you know. You have to have a starting point somewhere when you open a discussion of any sort. This is where I'm starting. It's not the only starting point, it is a starting point. And then there's stuff that they teach you in school, less because they want you to learn it, and more they want you to learn how to think about things. English class rarely is going to be useful in day-to-day life. Once you get past the idea of like how to, maybe you have to write an essay at some point, but the rest of what you need to learn, why was there the entire speech about alas, was it alas poor Yorick, I knew him well, or something like that, Hamlet, or Wuthering Heights, or all this other stuff. It's less needing to know about the topic in question and more how to think about things. They want you to learn topics like critical thinking. And the problem is they also don't know what's going to get your attention and what's a good way, because unfortunately, school systems in general, at least in North America, in general, and you can always find exceptions, but those are going to cost money. and not everybody can afford that, are going to start off with, we need to make sure the people that are, that we're teaching understand A, B, C, X, Y, Z, so they can actually do something. And then we also need them to understand, at least this is the theory, and we need them to understand how to think about things for themselves. So sure, it may be more useful to learn how to code a website, and yeah, that's a thing that you could conceivably learn in high school, or even for some people on your own time. I would love to be able to learn how to build a video game. I would love my kids to be able to learn how to build a video game. But things like critical thinking and so forth are important to learn. And so, you take Lorehold, and it's going to be, they're going to learn from the past and take whatever knowledge they can and figure out how to apply it. Just like looking at what the actual job of high school is. At least, at the top level. The top level. Um, this is what we want for our students. You can get cynical and all that other stuff. I'm putting all that crap aside. Assuming you don't get cynical, you don't get sarcastic and all that other jazz. You ignore all that and you look at it from, okay, we're educators. Why are we educating our children on this, that, whatever? And that's basically taking how you learn in school and going from there. So, Prismari is very much the kind of people that they learn how to evoke emotions. Not Witherbloom, Silverquill. I mean, if you look at the name, Silver Quill. Quill. The fancy feather pen thing that you'd write with. So this involves words, but this involves words. Lorehold is about learning from the past. So, Witherbloom is the life, death, rebirth cycle. Silverquill is about the words. Knowing how to use words to invoke the evoke? I think it's invoke. The kind of reaction that you want, that you need. Getting people to, like, it's not just communication. It's also getting them to feel things from where Prismari is things from, painting and sculpture and stuff of that nature, and involving colors. Silverquill is from what you say. And if you've ever heard somebody say something to someone, and it will go, ooh, that stings. That's the kind of Silverquill thing that you'd be looking at. And that would be forget debates. We're talking about an argument just being stopped because something that somebody said stung so badly, there's no response. So, yeah, you need somebody to like shut down anybody, and because of that, their words also obviously have magical power attached to them directly. Um, Let me think here. Silver quill, black white, black green. I didn't do green blue. Oh yeah, green blue was Quandrix. Hello, math. Um, yeah, green blue. It's always interesting to try and figure out how to make green blue work as a color combination, because it's like green is about the natural world, and you know, artifice can, as as a friend of mine likes to put it, go find a hat, and stuff of that nature. And blue is very much the opposite. Blue is very much about, like, green is very much about your inherent abilities, and blue is very much about training and artifacts and building things and and logic, and so they look like they work against each other. But one thing that blue and green have in common is growth. Growth in different ways. Growth from the internal versus growth from the external, but growth. Silver Quill turns around and says, "Hey, by the way, mathematics. In fact, the most entertaining card, in my opinion, from Silver Quill, from Secrets of Strixhaven, is Mathemagics." So, this looks complicated. And it kind of is. But it's only complicated if you don't understand, like, there's multiplication and then there's exponents, which is a step beyond multiplication. Just like how multiplication is a step beyond adding. Exponents. Here we go. Super simple explanation. We're assuming whole numbers. We're assuming they're, numbers that are 0 and up. And we're not going to go too high up the scale. If you have two numbers, and we'll say, we'll say 3 and 2. We're not going to go very big here. If your big number, if you take a look at how these are written, if your big number here is 3, and then you've got the 2 up in the top right corner, that 2 says, how many times am I multiplying this big number by itself? So in other words, I have a 3 here, and I have a 2 up in the top right corner. So I'm going to take 2 3s, and I'm going to multiply them together. So I have 3 times 3. Well, that gives me 2 3s multiplied together. So 3 times 3 is 9. If it's 3 on the bottom and 3 up at, in the top corner, well, now I'm multiplying 3 3s together. 3 times 3 times 3, which is 27. If it's 3 on the bottom with a 4 on top, I'm multiplying that by another 3. So I have 4 3s multiplied together. 3 times 3 times 3 times 3 is 81. So on and so forth. Mathemagics uses, and that big 3 at the bottom is called your base because it is the number that you're multiplying. You know, how many copies of this number am I multiplying together? This is the base of the equation, if you want to think of it that way. It's like the base. It's the key numbers. It's the key number that you need to start off with to be able to figure out everything else. Mathematics uses 2 as a base. Now, fortunately for 2, it's in just common enough use in computers that people involved in computers, they'll take a look at this card and go, oh, I get that. We're not talking people that are using, Word or Excel. We're talking people that do like programming and stuff of that nature. The kind of people that work like behind the scenes. And they'll be like, oh yeah, I get that. So, mathematics is 2 blue plus, double X. And so whatever X is, and the thing about magic is you figure out what X is going to be, and then you put, this is basically, what do I want X to be here? If I want somebody to draw 32 cards, I'm going to end up figuring out, because it tells you, if worst case comes worse, you can look at the card. It tells you 32 cards means X equals 5. So you have to determine X and then figure out how to pay the cost accordingly. That means you're paying X plus blue, so you're paying 12 mana in total. But 2 at the bottom, X is your exponent. You can make X be whatever you want, but however big you make it, yeah, you're done. However big you make it, you then have to be able to apply that to X, to your cost. I will tell you right now, almost regardless of format, including, if somebody decides to do something crazy, like bring a Battle of Wits deck to a modern tournament, like in Commander, you can stop at X equals 7 and know you're going to win, regardless of how many cards they draw or don't draw. You can stop at X equals 7. That means paying 16 mana. Because 2 to the exponent 7, 2 times 2 is 4, times 2 is 8, times 2 is 16, times 2 is 32, times 2 is 64, right? So there's a reasonable chance, depending on how late in the game it is, that might be enough to actually tell somebody to draw their entire deck. Times 2 is 128, which is going to be bigger than their deck size. You can go to X equals 7, and you will make somebody draw their entire deck, which is going to be 16 mana, but this is Commander. We're talking casual Commander. That's not completely unreasonable. If somebody brings a Battle of Wits card is somebody brings a Battle of Wits deck to Modern, and you're playing with that, you only need 2 more mana, because this is 128 cards that they're drawing. Times 2, which is 8 copies, is 256. Chances are, even if they have Battle of Wits, they're not having, because 256 cards, minus their opening hand is 7, is 249. Okay, so we'll call it 250. Battle of Wits decks usually are around 225 to 240 cards. You go X equal 8, chances are you win. You need 18 mana to do so, but you can do it. But Strixhaven, this is about the study of growth on the it'll be on the internal level and on the external level. It'll be about growth itself. This is where you're going to start looking like those that have studied like calculus and statistics and stuff like that. They'll be like, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, this is where Quandrix shows up. They study growth. They study why. They'll study things like I think the Fibonacci sequence may have originally been had something to do with like a population of rabbits or something like that. I think. The Fibonacci sequence is just, it starts off with, you could say it starts off with 0 and 1 as the first 2 digits, but more commonly it's written as 1 and 1. I think it makes more sense if you start off as 0 and 1. And the next number in the sequence is the sum of the previous 2. So, and I'm just pointing at cards just to given, because they're cards that are in position. If this is your first term, and this is your second term, your third term would be what happens if I take these first 2 and add them together. This one would be, okay, what if I take these 2 and add them together? So it's always the 2 that come, like, you take 2 numbers that are right beside each other, and the next number after that is what happens if I take these 2 and add them together. And I end up here. Well, now I take these 2 numbers and I add them together, and I get here. And I take these 2 numbers and I add them together, and I get here. And that's how Fibonacci shows up. And there's been math that turns around and says, well, if you take the most recent number and divide it by the number before it, it all converges in on one specific number. It's like 1.618 something, whatever. Referred to as the golden ratio, and it gets found in nature in dozens of places, like including like how tree branches develop and stuff like that. That's where Quandrix shows up. The Witherbloom will look at that tree and think about life, death, rebirth. You know, what happens when the tree dies with respect to the rest of the forest, the animals nearby, the environment. And Quandrix will look at that tree and go, so if this branch were to bloom again, we should expect it to bloom here. Be like, why would it matter where? And to be fair, why would it matter? Somebody is going to want to know where it blooms. There's going to be a reason somewhere. And then what was the fifth one? Did both black, did both white, did white, black, white, red, blue, red, blue, green, black, white, black, green, red, blue, red, white, green. Who's the other green one? Green, no, I did them all, didn't I? Silverquill, Witherbloom, Prismari, Lorehold, Quandrix. Okay, so I did bring them all up. Anyway, mental rewind. How did I get here? Seeded packs. Right. That's where. Wow. That's where that idea came from. As far as I remember, that is where we learned about the idea of, they gave us the option of which side do you want to take, and we got appropriately based packs, and you could actually get, if your LGS has been around long enough, you can actually still pick up Phyrexian faction packs or Mirran faction packs. Packs that are geared towards one side of the conflict or the other. Anyway, yeah, that's 15 years ago now. Holy hand grenade of Antioch. All right. Lots of chat about how that all came out. You know what? I think I got distracted enough with other stuff. Let's go on straight on to this. Banishment Decree. I generally do not like a card like Banishment Decree. However, it is an instant that can put a card that fits into, given swath of categories on top of its owner's library. I said this before and I'll say it again. You really want to hold on to this. You really want to hold on to this until such point that your opponent is playing an effect that's going to make them shuffle. So, let's take a very simple example. Let's take Demonic Tutor. This is the version I remember. 2 mana, search for a card, put in your hand, and shuffle. Real simple, real easy, nothing fancy. So, what you can do is, I cast Demonic Tutor, and I'm going to search for, I don't know, search for something. Okay, hold on. Before you start searching. Wait, what? In response, Banishment Decree. Take your giant ocean beast or whatever, put it back on top of your deck. What? Yeah, it's going back on top of your deck. Now you can resolve your Demonic Tutor, search up whatever you're going to look for, and it's going to get shuffled away. Put target artifact, creature, or enchantment on top of its owner's library. Basically, the only popular, uh, permanent type, I should say types, that it won't hit are lands or planeswalkers, unless it happens to fall under one of these as well. I will point out it has to be something, yes, it has to be something that's in play. If it's something that was in their graveyard, it's not a creature. It's a creature card, and it would say from, from their graveyard onto their owner's library. But it's a removal spell that doesn't exile the creature, and it doesn't destroy the creature, which very rarely makes a difference on what it can, on the kind of effects that it, but it will deal with something that's indestructible. It does give them the ability to get it back, so you could argue this is the nicer version of this kind of effect. Artifact, creature, or enchantment. Is that creeping? No, that's not creeping mold. Artifact, creature, or enchantment. Search by color. That specific line of text seems to largely be, as far as monocolored is concerned, seems to be White's jam. Okay. Now, yes, I would generally prefer Angelic Purge because it exiles it, but you do sack a permanent for that. Banishment Decree is also an instant compared to a sorcery. Banishing Stroke is, I don't know. Actually, Banishing Stroke I would probably prefer. It is an extra mana though. But functionally in this context would have the, but 5 versus 6 mana. It sounds like it, but it's just 1 more mana. But it's not 1 more mana. You have to keep that in mind. We are talking Magic the Gathering. Your lands are mixed in with your deck. 6 mana, realistically, is an extra 2 or 3 turns in most, in a typical deck. It's an extra 2 or 3 turns over the, the 5 mana that you get from Banishment Decree. So this might actually be the preferred option. Yes, Banishing Stroke has got Miracle, so you could Miracle it for 1, but A, you have to find it, B, you have to manipulate things so that's the first card you draw in a given turn. Or you pay 6 mana. I think I would take Banishment Decree in general over that. So, I think this is a more playable option than it first appears. If you want removal that's, I'm going to get rid of this, but I'm going to give you a way to get it back. It just might take you some effort. Banishment Decree might actually be up your alley, especially since it's very flexible on what it can hit. Gore Vassal. Man, some cards in the game are just weird. Also, Phyrexian Dog. Lol. 3 mana for a 2/1, which I don't like the sound of in general. But its activated ability is just sacking it. If we were to cost this according, to make the creature part a little more palatable, you'd probably be paying an extra, like it would probably be 2 to cast for a 2/1, but then pay a mana and sack it. Put a -1 counter on target creature. Zenith adds creature's toughness is 1 or greater, regenerate it. Nowadays, we would simply make it indestructible, but regeneration was still a big deal at that point. Put a -1 counter on target creature. I think this still works with Solemnity. You would fail to put the -1 counter on it. I think you would still do as much as you can and go from there. Yeah, I think that still works under Solemnity. Solemnity. It's a cost. If replacement if it would enter with, I think that still works under Solemnity. You try to put a -1 counter on it, you can't. So you do as much as you can. The creature is still a legal target. So yeah, you do as much as you can. You just sack the dog to regenerate target creature. It's still fine. It is unusual for white to deal in -1/-1 counters. If you are looking to deal in -1/-1 counters and you are playing white, then Gore Vassal is the kind of card I can see going into that deck. Again, it's unusual. It's not impossible, but it is unusual. So that I think that's where I would see it going is, especially if you've got a way to recur it. I think Sun Titan. Sun Titan. Mana value 3 or less. Yep. When it enters or attacks, mana value 3 or less. Yeah. So you can use Sun Titan to recur Gore Vassal and just end up with like, cool, I keep bringing it back. I keep putting -1 counters on stuff. How? You're playing white. Deal with it. Loxodon Partisan. I'm a little less enamored by this. I think the way they plan this is it seems to be common that when you have something that's got a variable ability, cost it based on based on like 2. And what do I mean by that? If you have a lord, you have a creature that gives a bonus to all creatures of a given type. Assume you're going to have 2 creatures of that type in play. A0, if you are going to have an X spell, cost that X as though X were to be equal to 2, and then go from there. And in a case like Battlecry, whenever this creature attacks, each other attacking creature gets +1/+0 till end of turn. If you assume there's 2 other attacking creatures, you have to scale accordingly. So you're looking at a 3/4 that would give, +2 power to what you're attacking with. And go from there. I put another custom card in that part of your Discord. You know what? Since I have the Discord app on my phone, I'm going to cheat. You go custom. Whenever one or more parts you control deal coming down, deal. Whenever one or more pirates you control deal damage to each opponent, create a treasure token. That is interesting wording. Because it's not necessarily... And then pay 3 mana, tap each creature. Tap each creature. That. This is kind of the activated ability you're looking at. Tap. I might simplify it to simply say treasure tokens for the activated ability. What I would really like, and this is me personally, I don't think there's a wrong answer. Your first ability says whenever one or more pirates you control deal damage to each opponent. What I would like is a way for this to deal damage to each opponent so it can feed into its own ability, if that makes sense. But yeah, malicious advice seems similar to where I have some ideas, but I think it's not an unreasonable starting point for a card to start traveling down a journey. So Loxodon Partisan, I think what I'm seeing here is they wanted it to basically... Yeah, but the reason, the thing I'm seeing is that your first ability says dealing damage to each opponent, which means you're looking at cards like just as an example, a card like Earthquake. X damage to each creature without flying and each player. It's going to hit each opponent. So therefore, you cast Earthquake, and you would get a treasure because you're hitting each opponent. I don't know if that's what you intended or not. I'm going based off of what I'm seeing. And there are enough cards. Sort by color. There are enough cards that deal damage to specifically each opponent. You know, most of them are red. Some of them are in black. In fact, yeah. Then you've got like one green, one Demir, a bunch of Izzet cards, some in a handful of other places. But it is largely going to be, it's going to be heavily based in red. I was trying to do the wording of a 4-person game you get. Whenever one or more creatures deal combat damage to an opponent. Oops. Create a treasure. Something like that. This does mean that if your creatures have got double strike, you're going to get two treasure tokens, assuming assuming at least one of them. Because the thing is, what this is saying is, no matter how many creatures hit me, if at least one of them gets through, I get a treasure token. If 6 of them get through, I get 1 treasure token. But this is also combat damage. It sounds like you were aiming for treasure it sounds like you were aiming for combat damage. Yeah. If you're going specifically for combat damage, then you do this. If you are not specifically going for combat damage and want, fun little triggered abilities to play with, like whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this deals 1 damage to each opponent. If you're going for something like that to be, fair game as well, then just take out the word combat. Oh, that's cute. Sorry, I'm getting minorly distracted now. And I said token artifact. Yeah. Well, gold is really a big a thing that people use. It does still exist, but clues, foods, Um, non-creature artifact tokens. Maybe. Clue, FO. Whoops, FO. Treasure. So the third doctor would be not unreasonable starting point for how to word that bit. So it's yeah. I think if you just said non-creature tokens, that would probably. I think if you just said non-creature token, that would probably be enough because there aren't very many tokens that people generate that are not creatures that are also not artifacts. There'll be some, but there'll be few and far between. I think restricting it to artifacts themselves is you'd be throwing on an additional restriction for no real benefit. I think just saying non-creature token would be plenty. Alright, that being said, yeah, Loxodon Partisan. I think I would really only want Loxodon Partisan in a deck if I'm going Battle Cry heavy. Like if most of my creature base had Battle Cry, I might actually consider throwing it in. Beyond that, nah, I don't think I could see a reasonable home for it. Kemba's Legion, on the other hand. So, Kemba's Legion. So first of all, it's 7 mana for 4/6 vigilance, which sounds a little overcosted, and it is a little bit. I think 6 mana for 4/6 vigilance is probably about right. But you're paying an additional mana. Why are you paying an additional mana? First of all, it's got 6 toughness, combined with the fact that for each equipment that's attached to it, it can block an additional creature. Which means if you have, say, 2 equipment attached to it, it can now block 3 creatures. It's got 6 toughness, and if any of the equipment gives any kind of toughness boost, it's probably going to be able to comfortably block all 3. Heaven forbid any of the equipment gives something like Death Touch. You know, you can build around that fairly easily and have, I don't know. Whoops, no, is it not the flail? Gorgon. Oh, it's just Gorgon Flail. Yeah. 2 to cast, 2 to equip a quick creature, gets +1/+1, has Death Touch. Attach that to this, you've now got a 5/7 Vigilance Death Touch that can block 2 creatures. Oh, Fire Striker gave double strike. Oh my dog. Yeah. Like Kemba's Legion, it's one of those cards where if I'm building an equipment based strategy, and I want extra equipables, and I'm building an inexpensive deck, and I want to throw something interesting in. And when I say interesting, let's see if I can find a good example here. Squee Aura's Voltron. Visual spoiler. Boop, boop, boop. Champion of the Flame just gets big. So not counting that. Rogue Rock just wants stuff thrown on. Because he's got all the keywords you want. He just needs stuff to make use of them. Thran Golem just gets big. Valduk. Valduk might be a good example. Because for each equipment or aura that's attached to it, at the beginning of combat, you get a 3/1 trample haste that does it end of turn. But you get like 6 enchantments on him, and he's suddenly, hey, look, beginning of combat, I'm going to be swinging for an extra 18. So, you can make an argument for that. Or, this has got double strike and trample. You don't need to equip this with a lot. You just need to be able to, or enchant this, you just need to be able to throw enough on here that he can actually get through for damage. And so that I would be looking at Prophetic Flame Speaker and Valduk as my examples of, stuff that I want to enchant or equip that does something interesting. As in something more than just, hey, I can be bigger. Probably the Flame Speaker is the Prophetic Flame Speaker is the better example. I get through for damage. I get to play the top card of my deck. But yeah, Kemba's Legion. If you want, if you're building, like I said, especially if you're doing a budget build based on equipment, and you want something that's good to equip, that that does something a little more interesting than just I beat face real well. Kemba's Legion being able to suddenly block a bunch, throw like 3 or 4, throw 3 equipment on, it can now block 4 creatures. Probably absorb it. Because if you figure, I would assume one of them is going to give a reasonable toughness boost. Let's say 3. So suddenly you'd be looking at a 4/9, and then one of them gives maybe like +1 or +1/+1 or +2/+1 and some other stuff. So it's not unreasonable you could be looking at like a 6/11 creature that can block you've got 3 equipment on it. Cool, I can block 4 creatures now. And with 11 toughness, you can probably survive all of it, barring effects like Death Touch, etc. So yeah, you're building budget equipment. I like Kemba's Legion. Choking Fumes. Oh, good. that the one I'm thinking of? Yes, Holy Light. This is like, Choking Fumes is like Holy Day turned up a notch. To be fair, you're also turning up the rarity level. This is going from common to uncommon. Non-white creatures get -1/-1 till end of turn. But that you can play at any time. Does not have to be during combat. This has to be during combat, but -1 counter on each attacking creature, regardless of whether they're they're white, they're blue, they're green, they're pink, they're orange, they're whatever. And also because they are counters, you can proliferate them and everything else that goes along with that. So, yeah. Choking Fumes, I expect to actually be... Like, again, white is not used to playing with -1/-1 counters. White in Mirrodin Besieged gets to play with -1/-1 counters. I'll show you some other things that white gets later. But yeah, if you are if you're in the market for doing stuff that white is not known for doing, hi. These are the kind of decks I build. These are the decks I build. Yeah, Choking Fumes is going to be up your alley for that too. It doesn't mean it doesn't deal with -1 counters, but it's not known for it. That's normally Black's wheelhouse, occasionally red or blue, and blue doesn't even normally do it that much. I think green dabbles in it. White, yeah. White wants to remove counters from stuff, or at least remove penalizing counters from stuff. Ardent Recruit. I mentioned last week about building an aggressive deck based around Metalcraft. Ardent Recruit is a 1-mana 3/3 at that point. There's a reason it's as big a card in Pauper as it is, because you can easily make it a 3/3 on turn 1. You drop an artifact land, tap it to cast the Recruit, play an Ornithopter, and actually no, better. Play the artifact land, tap it, drop a Springleaf Drum, play an Ornithopter, tap the Springleaf Drum and the Ornithopter to generate a white mana to cast the Ardent Recruit. Now you've got a 1-mana 3/3 on turn, on turn 1. And again, building around that kind of premise, not really difficult in Commander. Building around, I wouldn't say an artifact heavy deck, but sufficient artifacts. I would probably want, and this includes the mana base, I think I would want somewhere in the ballpark of like 20 artifacts. But some of them are going to be like auto includes or just, well, I might as well play this anyway. Like Soul Ring is going to be one of your artifacts. You're playing white, so you're obviously playing Ancient Den. There's a couple of artifact lands that you cannot unreasonably play. Scene of the Crime you could play because it's a clue land, as in it's a land that also has the type's artifact clue, so that you can pay 2 and crack it for an extra card later. If you are going into a second color, you suddenly open up the appropriate color bridges. If you go to 3 colors, and I don't think you have to, but if you go to 3 colors, you've now got 3 different bridges you can play. You're playing white, so Marble Diamond is not an unreasonable ask. Mind Stone, you can always crack for a card later. It is a reasonable card to throw in. Depending on how you build your deck, you've got access to cards like Springleaf Drum. It's pretty easy to end up filling in like 20 artifacts, and then of course there's the various creatures that you might want to add in. You've got Spear of Heliod. People don't normally think of enchantment artifacts, but they are a thing. Rarely, but they are a thing. This gives all your creatures +1/+1, and then can blow up a thing later. Yeah, so it would not be difficult. I don't believe it would be difficult to come up with 20 artifacts to put into a deck based around Metalcraft. And they don't all have to be castable artifacts. What Zero was saying earlier reminds me, you can end up with clues. Whatchamacallit? Novice Inspector, Thraben Inspector, and whatever the new one in Secrets of Strixhaven is called. You can throw stuff that has clue token, comes into play or dies or, wiggle around in your seat or whatever and get a clue token or a food token or this, that, whatever. It's all fairly easy to come up with if you build your deck around that and suddenly hang up. And the funny thing is with Metalcraft, even if you're getting told, well, okay, you can't use your tokens for anything, you'd be like, okay, I have them to enable Metalcraft. Anything else is a bonus. Frantic Salvage. Put any number of target artifact cards from your graveyard on top of your library. Draw a card. Do keep in mind this is going to tell you what your next end draw steps are going to be. Stuff that's in your graveyard is going to go back on top of your deck. But that means, next turn you're drawing, next turn you're drawing Ashnod's Altar, and the turn after you are drawing Ancient Den, and the turn after that you are drawing, Mirror Battlesphere. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but you have to realize this is what's going to happen. It does draw you a card, and the funny thing is, you can simply spend this as 4 mana instant draw a card. Any number, X can equal 0. You can have that number be 0. Why you would pay 4 mana to draw a card? Why do people pay 3 mana and Cyclotriome to draw an extra card? Because they have the 3 mana open, the card in their hand is not currently useful, and they need to draw into something else. It's yeah, even the rulings down here says you can cast this with 0 targets. If you do, you'll get to draw a card. There's more to it that basically says if the spell has any targets at all, so if you target, say, 3 things, and when the spell goes to resolve, none of them are legal targets, you won't get to draw the card. So, be aware of that. But depending on how you've designed your deck, this is a card I can see being occasionally useful. You're like this is the sort of thing where artifacts are specific artifacts are relevant to your strategy. This is more the kind of card where I don't want to have to play it, but I be playing it because I know I'm going to need to. Time Strike. 2/1 Flying Infect. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The reason these are priced in terms of mana the way they are is on the assumption of a 20 life format. This, requiring 10 poison, which Infect deals, damage as poison instead of damage when it comes to a player, like instead of life points when it comes to a player, versus 20 life. Well, this is a 2-to-1 ratio. 1 poison is worth 2 damage. So that means this 2/1 creature should be priced as though it had twice as much power, i.e., price it as though it's a 4/1. 4 mana for a 4/1 flyer with an ability that deals damage, that says, hey, by the way, I deal damage to creatures as -1 counters. There's a reason this is costed in terms of mana the way it is. I don't like it because of that. But this is also part of the reason why there's a consistent debate in the community about how much poison should you be applying to somebody in a game of Commander. And I think the first problem comes from the fact that there's a special rule about commander damage. And the commander damage rule let's see if I can find it here. Commander damage. A player that has been dealt 21 or more combat damage by the same commander throughout the game loses the game. Nice. Sorry, somebody in a chat room I frequent made a comment. He thinks he's got enough trade bait that he can actually get his hands on a beta ancestral recall, and I'm like, nice. Anywho, yeah, 21 or more combat damage from the same commander, which is slightly more than your starting life total in most formats. Certainly in most, 40 or 60 card formats. So, if you scaled things accordingly, if your general was based, if your deck was based on attacking with your general to do poison damage, there would be no difference between doing poison damage and doing regular damage. Like if you brought it up to say 20 poison. Okay, I have to do 1 extra damage. At that point, who would bother playing poison as a strategy? Bring it down to, bring it up to 15 is starting to get that way. Now, if the rest of your, if it's your deck is designed around poison, for example, my Selesnya deck here, that's nothing but commons. All these guys either, infect or toxic or have poisonous or some other way to give your opponent poison counters. And go from there. If your deck is based around that, then going from 20, going up to 20, I can see that. But then I'm sure I misspelled you. Yeah. But if you look at something like Skithiryx, nobody would bother playing this as a general. And cards like grafted exoskeleton would just be like, why? I think Skithiryx would be the bigger question. So it's basically, if you make it too high, the strategy is kind of pointless to play. So I don't. I think I'm in the situation where I agree with it out of necessity, not because I think it's the right move. Like not because I think I agree with the idea of not moving how much Infect is needed to win. I just realized I need to do a thing. This one. You. I really should be doing this. Yeah, whatever. My opinion is I don't think like I would rather I think it would be okay to move it, but then there's enough issues where leaving it where it is probably the more correct decision. As in, it's a decision I don't agree with on. It's a decision I think I agree with out of necessity rather than on principle. if that makes sense. Maybe I worded that badly. I don't know. But it is an awkward situation. That being said, given the standard commander rule is still, you know, 10 poison to win the game. You know, this dealing 2 poison at a time, and it has flying. And again, flying consistently getting overlooked. Did I? Are you in here? I think it really should be in here. I think I got a 3-time strike in here. I think there's probably something else I might cut the Viridian Betrayers. I'm not sure. I'm sure I can find something that's worth cutting and throw the Time Strike in, because even though it looks weak, the fact that it's dealing 2 poison per hit is huge. I didn't put it in because I didn't like it, and looking at it now, I think it really needs to go in, because the fact that it has evasion is going to be huge. A quarter paladin. So if I take 4 quarter paladins and put them together, do I get a full paladin? Bueller? 2 mana for a 3/1, which seems to be the going rate these days. Started off with Blade of the Sixth Pride, I believe, where we had, because originally what we had was Savannah Lions, which was 1 white for a 2/1. At that point was rare. Well, historically had been rare. And then they gave us Blade of the Sixth Pride. I want to say it's the first 3/1 for 2 that we got, which was okay. It does average to a 2/2 for 2. Keep that in mind, and that was there. But the numbers were, uneven. And a quarter paladin is taking a 2/2 for 2 and giving it Battle Cry. And I think this is fine. Again, if you're building a deck based around Battle Cry, you're going to want it. And this is a much more reasonable rate than what we saw from the Loxodon Partisan. But that's also got, 3 extra points of toughness and is going to survive a lot more. Because you got to remember, a quarter paladin is only a 3/1. Barring it getting some kind of size boost, like the Spear of Heliod that we mentioned, or something else, like, it's going to die to a Stiff Breeze. It gets blocked by, like, a snake token, and it dies. I am this giant, I am this big, muscly guy in this heavy armor, and house cat. Yeah. I wonder if a 2/2 for 2 might have made more sense from the flavor context. Because, you've got all that armor. Why do you die to, like, Memnite? But, you're going for an aggro style deck, or you're going for, or just plain basing around Battle Cry. Yeah, not unreasonable. Master's Call. Looked at this for my commons only, my commons only mono white deck. Passed on it because For 3 mana, I should be getting better than 2/1/1s. Where are you here? Visual spoiler, display, sort by mana value. I have 3 cards at 2 mana that give me 2 bodies. This gives me 2/1/1s and 2 life. This is a 2/2 with first strike and a 1/1. This is 2/1/1s with lifelink. Yes, I'm aware instant speed versus not, but still. I should be doing better than 2 tokens. You know, I should be doing better than just getting 2 tokens out of it. And yeah, now, depending on the kind of deck that you're building, if we go back to the premise of something like, Metalcraft, as an example, the Master's Call suddenly ends up being much more important because you have an artifact land and you cast Master's Call, and suddenly you've turned on Metalcraft on all your guys. And they go from to So with deck that cares about Metalcraft, I can see you want to play this. And again, consider this, again, even though it doesn't look like it, consider this one of your artifact cards. It doesn't look like it, but it spits out 2 artifacts. So yeah, I would do that. Priest of Norn, I did put this in my Selesnya Commons Poison deck. Because it's, it's a 1/4 vigilance with Infect for 3. So that averages to that's basically like saying a 3/3 vigilance. If you assume that Infect means double the power. So cross out Infect and make that a 2/4, which averages to a 3/3. Give it vigilance. You're paying for a 3/3. You're paying 3 mana for a 3/3 vigilance. At that point, that was really good, and even now, that I would still say is playable. And sure, it's a 1/4, which means it's going to block really well. People don't want to attack into Infect any more than they want to attack in a Death Touch. They're probably a little more willing, but they still don't want to do it because the creature gets smaller. And it gets smaller. And it gets smaller. And it does. So, this is decent defense, and it's reasonable getting on the board as well. For my own deck, I might actually cut the Priest of Norn for Time Strike instead. Because the Time Strike is more likely to actually get in there and, give somebody their first poison. The Priest of Norn is going to take some effort. 3 mana, people are probably going to throw up some kind of roadblock. 4 mana, again, too many people forget about flying, myself included. Mirran Crusader. Why is it? Well, I was going to say, why is this so low on the list? But then I realized there's only 17 white cards on this list. And this is card number 12, which means this is the 6th most popular white card in Mirrodin Besieged. The 3 mana for a 2/2 with double strike is already a reasonable starting point. Protection from black, protection from the best removal color, and protection from green, the best creature color. Yeah, you are going to get through for damage on a regular basis. Like imagine playing Abzan, not Abzan. Damn it. Imagine playing Orzhov or something and giving this thing Infect. Yeah, it's going to hurt a lot because if this gets Infect, it gets through once. The person that hits is taking 4 poison. I'm going to skip the remaining handful. I'll leave the remainder as a how's it go? Leave the remainder as an exercise for the reader or something like that. Switch over to the blue cards, and I have the munchies. Got the munchies. So blue, you start off with Serum Raker. 4 mana, 3/2 flyer, which again, in general, not a fan of that. However, this one's got a little bit more of a reason for existing than a lot of them do. And this one says that when it dies, each player discards a card. And again, not a fan in general of people playing discard as a strategy for Commander. This one I think I'd be okay with because it affects everybody. Also, it's a 3/2 flyer. Also, it's each player which means it affects yourself, which you can turn to your advantage. If you are playing, let's say, Dimir Reanimator, you hit a few times for 3 damage, 3 to you, 3 to you, 3 to you. Alright, I'm blocking it. Oh, it died. Oh, well, I managed to do 6 damage. And my creature dies. We all discard a card. I'm going to discard Mirror Battlesphere. Wait, what? No big deal. It's just a Mirror Battlesphere. Nothing to worry about. No big deal. You want to build some kind of reanimation deck. You want cards in your graveyard that are more useful in your graveyard. Discarding Sneaky Snacker. Not unreasonable. You know. Because being able to draw 3 cards in a single turn is easier in Commander than a lot of formats. and you know, and still easy to play in other formats. It's fine, don't worry about it. Or stuff that wants to be in your graveyard. I don't know. Uro comes to mind. Uro and Flage and creature, big beasties of that. What do you call it? Woe Strider. Stuff that has escape. Stuff that has flashback. Again, the typical reason that you want to why are you discarding a card? Is it the act of discarding itself that's relevant? Not what discarding does, but the fact that you are discarding. Well, now madness kicks in, etc., etc. So Serum Raker, for a body, I would rather have Horizon Drake. But for a creature, for one more mana, I think Serum Raker does enough more that it's worth at least looking at. Turn the Tide. I see Turn the Tide. I see blue trying to get, as I've said before and I'll say it again, I see Turn the Tide and cards of this nature as some kind of blue trying to get in on the fog action. Blue has a lot of trouble preventing damage. You know, black can very occasionally do that with cards like Darkness. Green can prevent combat damage. That's why the archetype, the archetypal card is called Fog. And white looks at damage prevention and says, "Oh, this is called this is, Tuesday, this is what happened during my siesta on Tuesday." Oh. But blue wants to be able to stop damage from happening, and Turn the Tide is how blue tries to stop damage from happening. You've got a handful of cards like Aetherize. You've got a handful of cards that will tap stuff down, and you've got a handful of cards like Turn the Tide that just say, you know what, you're not going to deal as much damage as you want, and this could end up being, by the way, you're not dealing any. So if you're looking for something that feels at all like Fog and you're playing blue, Turn the Tide is the kind of card that you're going to want. Quicksilver Geyser. Oh, man. So, return up to 2 target non-land permanents to the runner's hands. You are looking at Disperse, which is blue +1. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. But 2 of it. And again, one colored mana can occasionally be replaced with 2 colorless. So this is properly costed as 2 disperses based on that premise stuck together. But it's 5 mana to send 2 cards back. And the only real time you want to do this, the only time you really want to do this is when you have like 2 giant, 2 giant FU beasts that you have to deal with. Or FU problem cards of some description. And you go, go away. Otherwise, yeah, no. And I always feel like this is like I see it and it's like it's costed correctly, but it still feels like too much. Cause this is the annoying thing. I see banishment decree, and I'm like, yeah, it's a lot, but it feels right, and it has use. And I see Quicksilver Geyser, and I'm like, I feel like you could do this more efficiently elsewhere. Oh, um, oh, Banishing Knack. If you have a way to untap your creature, and that's not completely unlikely, um, a card like Horseshoe Crab, for example. Blue plus 2, you get a 1/3, which doesn't sound amazing, but blue colon untap this creature is huge. You hit it with the Banishing Knack, and suddenly you're like, blue colon, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. You know, it requires a little work, but suddenly it's like, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. You're cool. Oh man, I gotta find that clip now. Uh, but yeah, and if you want to bounce a bunch of stuff, there are easier ways to do that. And the other thing is, 5 mana, you're bouncing 2 permanents. You can already be bouncing 2 permanents at like, I want to say 3 or 4 mana. And, you know, you're already hitting Etherized territory. You're already hitting the territory of all your various upheaval variants, which is bouncing like upheaval itself. Upheaval itself is, I believe, banned still. Yeah, still currently banned. Um, but there's enough cards that have a similar effect. You know, return all creatures to its owner's hand, or when Upheaval was in Standard years ago, and like during Invasion Odyssey 7th edition, and I needed a budget version of Upheaval because Upheaval was not a cheap card at that point for somebody who didn't have a lot of money. I have more now. I still don't have a lot, but I have a little more spendable now. A $4 card is, you know, no big deal to me now. A $4 card for me back then made a bit more difference. Washout was a great substitution. You know, it was a great budget replacement. It costs 2 mana less. Return all the permanents of the color of your choice to owner's hand. My opponent's playing green. Cool, I'll return all green permanents to owner's hand. I don't care. It's not affecting my stuff. If you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player, it's heading down towards the road of Regeki. Yeah, compared to blue trying to play something that's a little more like Darkhold. No. This is a little more Regeki and cheaper. Yeah. But yeah, Quicksilver Geyser. I think if I'm spending 5 mana, I want to bounce more than 2 things. I think 3 would be appropriate. Although, realistically, if it's 3, they're probably just creatures. But most of the time, I would assume that's probably what you're trying to hit anyway. Also, Mystic Confluence exists. And, I mean, Middle Earth Commander is like 35 cents. Sorry, 34 cents. Excuse me. So, yeah. Serum Raker, I can see. Turn the Tide, I can see. Quicksilver Geyser, if you really have to. I'd really rather you find something else for that slot instead. 5 mana to bounce 2 things is just too much. Spire Serpent. 5 mana for a 3/5 defender. With Metalcraft, it becomes a 5/7 attacker. What? Yeah, Metalcraft, you end up with a 5/7 that can attack as though it didn't have defender. And again, you don't care about whether or not you can use your clue tokens or your food tokens or whatever. You just need to have them. Now, blue's more likely to play with artifacts. Blue can turn this on really easy. It's probably the easiest color to turn on Metalcraft. And for doing so, it gets a 5/7 for 5. Sure. Are you playing with a reasonable number of artifacts anyway? Do you need a healthy sized, slightly undercosted beater? And you're in blue? It's right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. Yeah. I think it's a lot better than and getting rid of Metalcraft in Commander, while in theory easy, is not as easy as most people think because people want their artifacts around for. They want their clue tokens. They want their this. They want their that. They want. It's like. And then you get people like Krim who like to play. I don't know. Is it replicating ring? No, not replicating ring. Oh well. What do you call it? I can see you. Skyclave Relic. You pay 6 mana. You have 3 indestructible artifacts that are all basically manalith. I am curious. Does this actually work? Manalith. No, I'm sad. Tagger. Aww. I'm sad. Mini refund? Mini. Okay. But yeah, you pay 5 mana, you get this. You pay 6 mana, kick a Skyclave Relic, and attack for 5. Not hard. Actually, a lot better than it first appears. Vidalcan Anatomist. Specimen 211 Examination Report. Observation. Grass sublimation incomplete. Result, death. Prepare specimen 212. 3 mana for a 1/2. Pay 3 and tap it. Put a -1 counter on target creature. You may tap or untap that creature. Again, the same thing about the dog, the Gore Vassal. It's still going to do as much as it can, even if you can't put the counter on it, because it can't have counters put on it. Because that's part of the effect. It's not part of the cost, it's part of the effect, and that's the relevant piece. But, so you get that. You've also got the fact that you were dealing with -1/-1 counters, which is not a theme that blue is known for dealing with. It occasionally gets it on its own stuff, but it doesn't really get it on other stuff. Like it doesn't really get the ability to give out -1/-1 counters very easily. But it can do it. And again, if you want to play with cards that do something unusual in blue, you know, giving out -1/-1 counters, that's a thing. Oculus, not abhorrent, thankfully. 2 mana, 1/1. When it dies, you may draw a card. It's trying to be, like, it really wants to grow up to be an elvish visionary, and it can't just quite make it. Because elvish visionary, when it comes into play, you draw the card. Yeah, I don't think I put this in Cantrip City. I know I looked at it, but I'm like, display, sort by mana value. Yeah, because there were always better options, because I wanted as much of, when this enters, draw a card as possible. And only when I felt I'd basically worn out my ability to do that did I start going for, like, for other versions, like, like Thalicos Seer. Thalicos Seer, I left in. It's mono blue, so double blue, don't care. And just, it's got shadow, so being able to ping for 1 every turn, and people don't, like, if people overlook flying, they really overlook any of the flying variants. Well, I would say less they overlook it, and more, it's not really a thing on their radar, because it's not really a thing on their radar because if you overlook flying, you might not even remember, like, you might not know or might not remember that mechanics like horsemanship and shadow and similar mechanics. I'm pretty sure there's at least one other analog, these things even exist. And I'm not saying they're bad. Quite the contrary, they're quite good, but they're overlooked. So, but yeah, I took a look at Oculus and I'm like, it doesn't do enough. And I have to wait for it to die to get the card out of it. I mean, fortunately, a 2-mana creature, I'm a little more likely to do that. Although hilariously, the Thalico, what was that? Thalico Seer? Yeah, the Thalico Seer. Thankfully, you know, his is a when it leaves the battlefield. So even if somebody does bother, they're going, okay, fine. I'm tired of taking damage from you. Pass the exile. Go away. Okay. He left the battlefield. I draw a card. Oculus? Nah. Has to die. You're paying an extra half a mana for Thalico's here. And getting a stripped upgrade because it's going to get in for damage every time. And it's when it leaves the battlefield. Although, well, no, I shouldn't say it's a strict upgrade if you care about dealing damage. It's not a strict upgrade if you want that card right away. Vidalcan Infuser, 4 mana for 1/4. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may put a charge counter on target artifact. Do you have artifacts that care about charge counters at all? If you've got more than... I'd say if you've got more than like 3 or 4, you probably want to consider throwing Vidalcan Infuser in there. The first one that comes to mind, just because of the kind of decks that I play, is Everflowing Chalice. And I will point out, this is an effect of an ability that is putting a counter on an artifact, putting a counter on a thing. So therefore, anything that cares about putting anything that cares about effects, putting counters on stuff, for example, Doubling Season, is going to see this. There's other stuff that cares about charge counters as well, obviously. Again, I'll leave that as a I'll leave that as an exercise for the reader. There we go. You have options. You have plenty of options. If you just want to just like follow, say, Oh yeah, by the way, I get counters on all these guys. Distant Memories. It is hard for Blue to actually legitimately get Demonic Tutor / Diabolic Tutor, etc., etc., etc. Search for any card and put in your hand. So, this is one of their various attempts at making it in such a way that it still kind of feels blue. You search for a card and you exile it. When you exile a card, it is exiled face up unless an effect specifically says otherwise. So this is going to be exiled face up. Anybody else that's playing that game can go, sure, go ahead, put it in your hand. Cool. Now it goes to your hand. If they don't, you draw 3 cards. You're paying 4 mana for either Diabolic Tutor or Concentrate, which is about what they are in terms of, how much they cost for what they do. But you don't get to make that choice. you get, you tutor, you excel it, and if somebody is nice to you, you get to actually have it. And if people say no, well, now you're drawing 3. This is a coin toss. I would prefer Noble Benefactor. When a 3-mana 2/2, when it dies, each opponent gets to Demonic Tutor. I would prefer that, especially since you can turn around and combine it with things like Psychogenic Probe and stuff of that nature. But Distant Melodies, let's see here, ID equal blue, search your library, MISO artifact, MISO named, format EDH, format type 1, game paper. Alright. Archmage's Ascension, once it's turned on, lets you tutor every turn. Central Elevator makes you search for rooms. This searches for an equipment or vehicle. Distant Melodies, we were just talking about. Dreamscape Artist is trying to spell shape Harrow. Search for an arcane. Search for a fairy. Search for stuff and exile them. Search for an instant or sorcery. Search for cards with different names. Oh! Yeah, Gifts Ungiven. Derp. I know what Gifts Ungiven is. Search for any number of 9 drops. Search for Ninja. Search for 3 cards. You get 1. Search for an instant or sorcery. Search for instants. Library of Platinum. Again, is similar effect to Distant Memories, but basically a cleaner version of it. Long-term plans. Search and put 3rd from the top. Search for lands and exile them. Search for cards and exile them. Sack a creature to search for a copy of it. Really hard to make it work in Commander. You basically need stuff like somebody going like, destroy target creature, like Echoing Ruin or something like that. No, Echoing Ruin? Echoing Decay. On like Persistent Petitioners. But that'll let you keep all your petitioners alive. And hey, by the way, I replace it with a new one. Search for an instant, search for a merfolk, search for a cheap instant, search for an instant or sorcery, search for cards, and you can draw from that stack instead. Search for a sorcery, search for flashback or disturb, search for merfolk, search for cards and exile them, search for instant or sorcery, search for instant or sorcery, search for trap, search for lands and exile them, search for doctor, and search for eternalizer and bomb. So yeah, actually searching for any card you want is difficult in blue. It's not impossible, but it's really difficult. Searching for cards that meet specific requirements, much easier. I think there's maybe half a dozen that I'm too can't be bothered going back and counting them now. But yeah, distant memories. Again, if you're looking for this kind of, if you're looking for a tutor effect, you might end up running this. 19, yeah, I can go to a third row. Vivisection. Additional cost, sack a creature, draw 3 cards. Where my brain sees this is because it's got additional cost to sack a creature, I want somebody building like a blue-based aristocrat stack. It's not the only way to build it. The problem with this card, realistically, though, is that the problem with a card like this is for 2 blue plus 3, or sorry, 2 blue plus 2, rather than blue plus 3. So change a blue mana symbol, sorry, change a colorless mana into a blue mana. You get concentrate. So you really need that creature that you're sacrificing to be worth sacrificing. I'm not saying it's worth it, but Oculus, you know, you combine it with Oculus, and now you're sacrificing a creature that when it dies, you draw a card. And now this is getting you, you know, you spent 6 mana, and now you're drawing 4 cards out of it. Yeah. And hopefully got a couple of points of damage in. That being said, if you've got enough sacrificial lambs anyway, do you have enough creatures in your deck that are like, you know, random tokens from this, that, whatever, you know, zombie tokens or what have you, then sure, it might be worth it. But, you know, I sneeze and I make a zombie token sort of thing. But realistically, no, I would have much more interest in a lot of the stuff that's down here than the Vivisection. Vivisection, just unless you're doing some kind of aristocracy thing or something of that nature, just don't. Steel Sabotage? I'm sorry, I start seeing this, my brain starts thinking competitive. This is like sideboard tech in, you know, in the formats where you can play with sideboards. And other than that, you are looking at, in like in a commander format, you're looking at, I would see this as like CEDH. Otherwise, why are you playing Steel Sabotage? You know, especially since for 1 mana more, if you're looking at for a counter spell for 1 mana more, you can get counter spell, and even for 1 mana, you can get much better versions of this. Yeah, Strix Serenade is a much better version of this card. And if you're looking at it for some sort of unsummon effect, for an extra mana, you get Boomerang, and then you start looking at like Capsize and its variants thereof. Just why are you returning an artifact when you can return a swath of categories? If you were playing this, this is because you were playing in a competitive format. Neurot Commando. 3 mana for a 2/1 with Shroud. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. Debatable. I like the card. I don't know if it's good. If it's the problem is, you know, and it's a mixed blessing here. The problem is it's got Shroud, and the problem with Shroud is that also means that you are unable to target it. And with you being unable to target it, so you don't, you know, it's not hexproof, it's not ward, it's Shroud. With you being unable to target it, that means it's really difficult to throw something on it to make sure it can actually get through for damage. Now, there's still ways to make that work. You still have effects like Wonder, you still have cards like Levitation to give it flying and so forth. And it's possible to get an enchantment onto it by going through other means. So, for example, if you have an aura on in the graveyard and you cast something like Obsidat's Aid, which can return any permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield. Auras target when they are cast, but not if they are brought onto the battlefield by other means. Unless those other means specifically say they target whatever. So you can use an effect like Obsidat's Aid, or I want to say Replenish is also a fair game for that. Yeah. Replenish and similar cards will bring them, you know, we'll bring it on to play. You'll get asked, what am I enchanting? And it will enter and attach to it without targeting it. And Shroud only prevents against targeting. So if you start heading down that rabbit hole, you can build in such a way that Nurok Commando can actually get through for damage. Or if you've got some other effect that gives, you know, creatures of an appropriate type, Skulk, or, you know, some other even if you, I mean, I suppose in theory you could go, let's say, Xenograft, turn everything into, you know, turn everything into a merfolk, run, what do you call it, Harbinger of the Seas, to make all non-basic lands and islands, and then you have Set Master? Yeah, Master of the Pearl Trident. Put those three cards together. All your creatures are now unblockable. And +1/+1, because you turn all non-basic lands into islands. Everybody's going to run some number of non-basic lands. Even if you're just playing with commons, building on a budget, this, that, you're going to have, you can afford a few non-basics. They don't have to be expensive. If you're playing, you know, if you're playing black-green, you could be running Witherbloom Campus, for example, to help you, you know, mitigate the kind of cards you're going to be drawing and so forth. Or Takesha Dig Site, Surveil 1, etc. So Harbinger of the Seas, turn all non-basics into islands. Not in addition to their type, they're replaced. So now they tap for blue instead of doing whatever they did before. All merfolk creatures you control get +1/+1, have island walk. Xenograph, name merfolk. Cool. All my creatures are now yada yada yada. So now you play a Neurok Commando. You now have a 3/2 Shroud Island Walk that is going to do that is going to draw you a card every turn. No big deal. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. Don't even worry about it. So, Neurok Commando. Again, there's ways to do it. I do honestly believe, though, that's too many hoops to make it worthwhile. But there are ways to make him actually worth playing. I would probably more likely use a some kind of aura-based strategy, realistically. Something like Replenish. Does Starfield of Nyx do that too? I do not recall. Starfield of Nyx. You may return target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Yeah. And because it says target enchantment card, it doesn't say it can't be an aura. So you can bring back auras. If the first ability returns an aura, you choose what the aura will enchant as it enters. If the aura can't legal enchant anything, it stays in the graveyard. That ability does not target. So therefore Shroud does not care. So you play blue white, throw some auras on there to make it really annoying, and go from there. Mitotic Manipulation. Mitotic Manipulation is interesting. There are so here's the thing. Hey, Roar. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. Put one of those on the battlefield if it's got the same name as a permanent. Does not say as a permanent you control, although that's usually the best way to do it. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. What I generally see here, there's three things that you can do. One is you can hit something somebody else already has. If you're lucky, somebody's got a Soul Ring in play, and you've got a Soul Ring in your top 7. Something of that nature. 2, you're running a probably monocolored deck. If you're in mono blue, this thing is going to be pretty good for this. And hitting a basic land. Or 3, if you're not doing that, you have cards like Relentless Rats or Persistent Petitioners or cards of that nature that say you can run any number that you want. And in your top 7, if you've got, say, a third of, if a third of your deck is that card, you've got a good chance of hitting. Those, I think, are going to be the 3 most common ways it's going to get used. Are there potentially other ways to use it? Probably, but not very easy. Those are going to be the three most common ways. Rar's like it's mostly for ramp in blue. It's mostly ramp for lands in blue. Which, yeah, you're looking at as basically a blue rampant growth. Not unreasonable. And I do not remember if I put it in my mono blue ramp deck. Um, eh. the problem with you're talking about retraced image. Yeah, you're talking about retraced image. The problem with retraced image is that it really only works best if you are looking at, like, if it's early. Because on, say, turn 6, it's just eh. Whereas mitotic manipulation, even getting that later in the game, you can also, the other thing about mitotic manipulation is because it's also on the bottom of your library in any order, you can actually deal with that. Because you can always meet in reverse. River's Song is going to want not retraced image. She's going to want mitotic manipulation. Because you're looking at the top 7. You know what your next 6 draws are going to be, or 7 if you missed on mitotic manipulation. That doesn't mean I think retraced image is bad. I just think that in general, mitotic manipulation is going to be it's going to be better, especially later in the game. Retraced image is the sort of card where you really just want it on turn 1. Retraced image to me feels like exploration. Steel Sabotage, if you're playing for like some kind of competitive thing, I would say yes. Otherwise, there's just so many things I would rather play over Steel Sabotage. If I'm looking at for, as some kind of removal, give me Raven Form. Give me a way to, like, just get rid of it and not have to worry about it coming back. But again, that's my own perspective on it. And, people are welcome to having different opinions on different cards. In a competitive environment, Steel Sabotage is great. It's the kind of thing that you want in your sideboard, or maybe, depending on the environment, have one of in your main deck. Like if you're playing Vintage, for example, Steel Sabotage, I could see running a copy, maybe even 2 copies in the main deck. If I'm playing, if I'm playing Modern, maybe I might want to consider a couple of copies in the sideboard, depending on what kind of deck I'm playing, so forth and so on. uh, there's Resculpt, there's Raven Form. I know there's more. I'm just drawing a blank on names right now. ID equal blue O colon. O tag removal. Minus O untap. There we go. Arkham Jackson can convert it. Energy Flux gets rid of a lot of artifacts. Well, can get rid of a few every turn. Disruption Aura, potentially the same thing. Nope. Jailbreak Scheme can put it on the bottom of their library. Choose up to one other target. Kitesail Larcenist can turn it into a treasure. Looming Hoverguard puts it on the bottom. Putting it top or bottom, I'm kind of mad about. Raven Form gets rid of it. Resculpt can get rid of it. Shape Anew polymorphs it. Enchant creature. Yeah, there's not a lot of removal that can get rid of it completely. Oh. Or O colon permanent. There we go. Actually, how about I just do this? Demon Inferior cannot unreasonably be like 1 or 2 mana. Reality Acid can force them to sacrifice it. Release to the Wind. Okay. I mean, it depends on what it is. If it's a token, they're not getting it back. Reweave is basically polymorph, but can be any type of permanent. Oh yeah, Energy Tap. Energy Tap if you're looking for a ritual of some sort. That thing is silly. Target online. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, take a look at my mono blue ramp deck. It's unusual, but it does occasionally get it. Yeah. Yeah, take a look at this one here, the Thada Adele. It tries to ramp in a way that feels more green. There we go. I think that might be too much. Oh yeah. Dreamscape Artist is in there. Lots of cards in here that you would not expect green to have. Um, Sea Scryer is another good example. Sea Scryer is like blue trying to play with Land of War Elves. Apprentice Wizard makes it in. Some of these are artifacts, but that's out of necessity. Yep, I've got Pilipala to combo with Grand Architect because that will generate infinite blue mana. I don't have a specific. I've got a couple of cards that can use infinite blue mana. Um, I can't really usefully use infinite blue mana well. But I mean, I can always throw it in as something like Ingenious Prodigy and have like one giant FU creature. More than likely, generating like 10 or 20 mana is plenty and I don't need more. Because, you know, my most expensive. Oh, yeah, Curse of the Swine. Curse of the Swine is entertaining AF. By the way, I XL all creatures. Yeah, they all turn into 2/2 pigs. By the way, I have that to combo with. Where is it here? Combo with Leyline Singularity. Yeah, I I was trying very hard to make this feel like not blue. Sphinx and Magosi is the other big way I have to spend an ungodly amount of mana. Turn this thing into like a 300/300 Sphinx and be like, by the way, I hit you now. You're dead. This is trying very hard to play ramp in a manner that does not feel blue. Caustic Hound. Caustic Hound. I think I'm okay with Caustic Hound if you're playing like a mono black burn deck for commander. Because chances are, if you're playing burn, you have designed the deck such that your opponents are going to get going to get burninated for more than you are. And so Caustic Hound being able to go, hit you for 4, hit you for 4, hit you for 4. Oh, somebody cast Wrath of God. Okay, you guys all take another 4. Okay, so do I. But you guys all take another 4. I think if you're doing like mono black burn, it's probably fine considering how much burnination you're. Also, because you're looking at mono black burn, a lot of mono black burn also heals you. So this is going to be less painful to you than it is going to be to other people. Nessa Ghoul. Whenever a source deals damage to the ghoul, you get a zombie. Oh man. Oh. If I can make this thing if I can find a way to make this indestructible, I would want, what are you called? I want Pestilence, Crypt Rats, Pestilence Demon, Eldrazi Monument, because Eldrazi Monument specifically makes stuff indestructible. It doesn't give them protection, which means it still takes the damage. It's just the damage won't kill it. Do that once a turn cycle. Get a few zombies. or not once a turn cycle, like once on each player's turn. Make a few zombies, no big deal. It's fun. It's fine. Don't worry about. Don't even worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry. You're good. Yeah. Nessa Ghoul. Cool. My upkeep. I'll sacrifice sacrifice a zombie token and then go and make more zombies. Zombie, be, be. Oh well. And if it's indestructible, you can keep putting 1 mana in, and put 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 1 mana in, and your stuff is not dying. 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 Yeah. Yeah. No. What's it? That's not bad. I don't think I'd pay $30 for. I mean, it would be as a foil, but yeah, I think I would just I think I would just rather have like a normal version of it. It's still fine. It still works. It still does what I'm looking for. But yeah, Nessa Ghoul, combine it with some of that other stuff and just make a bunch of zombie tokens and zombie synergies. Scourge Servant. 4 mana for a 3/3 with, or sorry, 5 mana for a 3/3 with Infect. Which, as I said before, feels like it would be based on like a 6/3, which would be basically a 5/4. So this feels about right. Plus zombie synergies and all that other jazz. I think this is a reasonable, like if you're playing Infect and you're in black, I think this is a reasonable card to play. If you're in mono black, you can throw in a handful of zombie synergies, a handful of cards like Bad Moon and Gauntlet of Power and similar effects, and go from there. I don't know if you can do mono black poison well enough. If you do, you're probably running Skithrex as your general. I think this is still fine as a like the kind of card to like start off with for a deck of that nature. I think I can see this reasonably being in like an Infect deck. Horrifying Revelation. Again, how I feel about this card as a strategy for Commander, I don't think it makes sense to play. First of all, competitive versus casual is a different situation, so you have to take that into consideration. Also, most good discard effects only hit a single person. And you've got 3 opponents. So having to find good discard cards that affect everybody, or hit one person for enough that you can actually spend cards, if I hit you for 3 cards and you for 3 cards, if I spend 1 card to hit you for 3 cards, 1 card to hit you for 3 cards, and 1 card to hit you for 3 cards, I'm okay. You can make it work. I just find there's too many issues with this card as a strategy for Commander, but my biggest issue comes from, we're looking at casual kitchen table stuff. People don't want, people are already trying to plan strategies around weird stuff, casual stuff, etc., etc. They're not playing around having cards ripped away from their hand, which is part of the reason I think why Nekusar is such um, why people have so much issue with a card like Nekusar is you take Nekusar, the common way to build Nekusar is with cards like Wheel of Fortune. Each player Nekusar, whenever an opponent draws a card, deals 1 damage to that player. Wheel of Fortune, 3 mana, each player discards their hand, then draws 7 cards. People do not like losing the cards that are in their hand. Even if they're getting refill. Okay, I have a plan. I know what I'm going to do. By the way, you just lost your hand. Here's a new hand. I can't do anything. How am I supposed to be able to do anything with this? A deck based around wheels just tends to be a lot of feel bads. Again, you're looking at a more competitive group. It's a different situation. You're looking at people getting together to have fun at the kitchen table, and order pizza and this and that. You don't bring out wheels. But yeah, Horrifying Revelation, I think would just be a bad card in Commander in general. I would play any of these 3 before Horrifying Revelation. Morbid Plunder. There are better versions of this effect. I don't think this is bad. I think if you're looking for raised dead at 1 mana, which is basically half the effect of this for 1 mana. But spending 3 mana and getting 2 creatures back, like 3 mana is low enough that actually getting the second creature, this is worth it. If you can do it for 2, great. More realistically, 3 is about, I think, where you expect to see it. If I'm looking for raised dead effects, this is like the baseline. That's the term I've been wanting for all this time. This is the baseline for what I want. I don't want to be bringing back just 1 creature unless it does more than bring back a creature. Let's see if I can find it here. Rakdos. Let's see if you actually did what I wanted you to. Visual spoiler, go away. Raised dead. So I've got Gravedigger, which is a 2/2 that lets me get a creature card back when it enters. Worm Pilfers is 1 mana more, and I get a 3/3. If I happen to get back a goblin, this guy gets haste. So, not unreasonable. Cadaver Imp. Cadaver Imp. 3 mana, 1/1 flyer. When it enters, raise dead. Undertaker. I can pitch cards from my graveyard to get creature cards back from my hand. Back to my hand. Pit Keeper. When it enters, if I got 4 more creature cards in my graveyard, raise dead. Corpse Hauler. I can pay 3 and sack it to bring something else back. But I have a 2 mana, 2/1 body. Not complete, none of these I think are really, I think these are all reasonable. I don't think they're great, but I think they're reasonable. But if I am going for more cards that are spells to do that kind of effect. And when I was conceiving this deck initially, that was the plan. Morbid Plunder is the sort of thing I'd be going for because this is, first of all, commons. Second of all, red-black. Black has got enough creatures that when they enter, return a sorcery, sometimes an instant or sorcery, back from your graveyard back to your hand. So you spend, let's say you I play Gravedigger. I bring back, let's say, Anarchist. And I'm just... Okay. When it enters, return target instant return target sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. There's better versions of this. This is just the starting point. So I play Gravedigger. I get back Anarchist. I play Anarchist. I get back Morbid Plunder. When I play Morbid Plunder, chances are good that my Gravedigger has died by then. So I get back my Gravedigger and something else. Well, then I replay the Gravedigger, and quite possibly by this time, I bring back my Anarchist. And I can always get an extra card that way by doing enough of this. And then I start, and now I can start playing these extra cards that are like, maybe I've got, a 5/5 first striker. Again, the deck is nothing but commons. So maybe a 5/5 with reach. Actually, a 5/5 trample haste is, I think, not unreasonable these days, etc., etc. So, Morbid Plunder, I think depending on the kind of deck that you're going for. And the other thing is, return 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Because they're in your hand, you don't have to cast them. You don't have to get them dropping into play. You can use those as resources for something else. And if you're able to do this as an instant, you can do this in response to somebody trying to eat stuff out of your graveyard, and then pitch them to another effect, and go, hey, by the way, what? I'm going to pitch them, make a zombie. Oh, cool. By the way, one of them was Squee Goblin Nabob, so I get to return back to my hand on, and, have some other shenanigans going on. So Morbid Plunder, I'm not sure Morbid Plunder itself is going to be good enough. But a card like Morbid Plunder would be good enough. Soul Salvage. Yeah. Exact same card, but 1 black plus 2. Willow of War. 1 black plus 2. Modal can either do this or creatures target opponent controls get -1/-1 till end of turn. Pull from the grave. Oh yeah, Will of War is also an instant. Pull from the grave. 1 black plus 2. And also gains you 2 life. And fight on. 1 black plus 2 as an instant. So there's at least 2 cards that will do this effect as an instant. Yeah, there's at least 2 cards that will do this as an instant for black plus 2. And still give you something else on top of that. Well, actually, no. Fight on will give you... Pull from the grave? No, not pull from the grave. Where was it? Am I misremembering things? No, pull from the grave was sorcery. Never mind. They'll do this at instant speed. Will of War also giving you a second option. And then Fight On. Yeah, yeah. But this is like the baseline that you should be looking at to start with. But you can find better versions of it. Gruesome Encore. Apparently the warmer weather has decided to come out and people are starting to sound like idiots. Yeah, Gruesome Encore. For 3 mana, you reanimate a creature card from somebody else's graveyard with haste. But it basically has like the drawbacks of flashback / disturb, i.e., you exile at the end of turn, and if it would end up anywhere else, you still exile it. Oh my god, dude. He squealed his tires so hard, I can smell them in here. Anyway, yeah, it's the the problem I see with this card largely comes from the fact that most cards that you want to reanimate, like if it's like a one hit, one kill sort of thing, a lot of them don't stay into the graveyard very long. Like for example, if you want to hit, one kill with, you know, poison, well, you want Blightsteel Colossus. But that's got a replacement effect that shuffles it back into the graveyard instead. And if you want to, if you just want to deal a lot of damage, like there's, what does World Spineworm actually say? Oh no, World Spineworm doesn't stay in the graveyard long either. If it's put in the graveyard from anywhere, shuffle it into its owner's library. Yeah, like a, the problem I see is a lot of the cards that you want to be able to use to make this useful, because you exile the card, a lot of the stuff that you want is just not suddenly not useful. It basically ends up being, I'm going to hit you for some amount of damage. I'm going to hit you for some amount of damage, and then you're not getting this back again. And I'm like, why not just play Animate Dead or something of that nature instead? And just keep the creature around. Like, here's the problem. I'm starting to read this, and I'm starting to feel like this is nothing more than a griefer card. Is that... Do y'all think I'm wrong? If you think I'm wrong, feel free to, say, you can say so in the chat, you can say so in the comments, whatever. I see Gruesome Encore. I'm starting to read this as like as a griefer card. And if that's the only real reason to play it, then why you put, like, again, casual commander. If you're doing that, why are you playing it? if you're playing it in a competitive environment, that's a different scenario, that's a different situation. All good. You're playing this kitchen table with your friends. Why are you? What good reason is there to play this card? Unless you've got one guy who keeps throwing stuff in their graveyard, and it's like. But then again, if you don't want them to use it, you're playing it as a grief. You know, just play reanimate, um, play animate dead, play some, put target from a graveyard onto. Sort by color. Beacon of Unrest. Coffin Queen would work. Coffin Queen, okay, I agree that one's a bit debatable. Endless Obedience would work. Stuff that's around the same mana value-ish. Necromancy would work. Necromantic Summons. Oh, that's cute. Reanimate. Like, yeah, you're usually looking around like 5-6 mana or so. You can do it for less. But yeah, it's. I don't know. But it's efficient. Yeah, so's Animate Dead. So is Dance of the Dead. So is Necromancy. So are. So's Coffin Queen. So's Endless Obedience because you can convoke that. So's Grave Researcher. There's lots of ways to reanimate inexpensively. And if you're willing to go up to like 4 or 5 mana, sort by mana value. Here we go. Oh, Victor Vagavaz Seneschal, that's adorable. Play 3 enchantments in a single turn. And you get a reanimated thing. That's cute. Okay. Put target creature for. Okay. Yep. But yeah, 5 mana, just start. The thing is, 5 mana, reanimate from anywhere, and upside on top of it. Extract from Darkness is hilarious. 5 mana, each player mills 2, and then you reanimate a creature from a graveyard. And it doesn't target because you also might want to reanimate one of the 8 cards you end up milling. 8 cards? Yeah, each player mills 2. 2 cards per person times 4 players, the general assumption. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't like Gruesome Encore. Like I like Gruesome Encore as a card. I like it for again. I like it for more competitive formats. I do not like it for a casual commander table. And I've probably spent way too much time on that. Way too much on that. Virulent Wound. Oh, that's adorable. One black instant. Put a -1 counter on target creature. When that creature dies this turn, its poison gets a controller counter. Its controller gets a poison counter. You can tell where my reading was, right? Not fond of this card. I think it's okay, but you really need to go with some kind of. I think the best way to use this is like as a combat trick. Uh, kind of like giving your creature +1/+1 to end a turn. And if that's enough to kill the creature, great. And then you give your opponent a poison counter. That's more or less what you're looking at for Virulent Wound. I don't think it's great, but it's okay. Phyrexian Vat Mother, on the other hand, this thing is a beast. Well, it's a Phyrexian horror, but 4 mana for 4/5 with Infect. At the beginning of your upkeep, you get a poison counter. If you can give this any sort of evasion at all, sure, you get a poison counter. Your opponent is getting 4 if it hits once. If it hits twice, they're a sneeze away from just suddenly dying the next turn. So, hit you twice, hit you twice, hit you twice. I've gained 6 poison. If I'm lucky, I've gained 5. Sack the creature to another effect. Oh, I know. I'll sack it to an effect that does something, 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 and then proliferate. Oh man. What's it called? Plague Maw Beast. Also in this set. Tap, sack a creature, proliferate, and it's a 4/3. Yeah. There's other ways to proliferate as well, but yeah. Just get those last couple of points of poison in, and game over. Yeah, Phyrexian Vat Mother. If you're playing poison and you're playing black, you should be running your Vat Mother. Flenser 2 mana for 1/1 Infect lifelink, which again averages to basically costed like a 2/1 lifelink. So basically like saying Child of Night. Yeah, you're going to want small stuff. You're going to want small stuff that can come out fast and start doing those first, 1 or 2 poison per person. Also brings your health total up a little bit. And again, you only need to get 1 poison counter per person. Because once they've got the first, the rest is just a matter of time. Because it's rare. Well, I shouldn't say it's rare. It's unusual to build a deck that has poison without running some kind of proliferation shenanigans. It's not impossible, but it's unusual. I have 22 guys in my deck to give poison. And then, hey, look, I have 8 cards in here that can give, that can proliferate. Some of these look, some of these look generally pretty bad. But when you look at the fact that it's like, you add proliferate to it, and suddenly it goes, uh-oh. Like Urban Daggertooth is going to be so good in this deck. Funny thing with Urban Daggertooth is I have it to combo with Viridian Longbow. I put a Viridian Longbow on the Daggertooth. I use the Longbow to ping itself. Oh look, it's still damaged. Proliferate. Cool. It's fine. But yeah, Flancermite, again, you're playing poison, you're in black, you should be using that. Spread the Sickness, 5 mana, destroy target creature, then proliferate. You're probably also doing the same thing if you're in white. I believe Wanderer's Strike did it better. Yeah. Because this is 5 mana, exile target creature, then proliferate. 5 mana sorcery, destroy target creature, then proliferate. So I would rather have Wanderer's Strike. That also depends on the color scheme you're playing, etc., etc. If you want removal plus proliferate, this is probably your, this is probably your baseline. This is probably your mental starting point. If you can do better than this, great. I don't know if you can. However, if rather than proliferate, it says each player or each opponent gets a poison counter. And it's, say, 1 less mana. For the purposes of this deck, that would be better. However, it says proliferate. That adds counters to things in people. You can also combine this with things like Planeswalkers. You can combine this with battles. You can combine this with creatures that have +1 counters on them. You can combine this with lands that have lands or artifacts that have, say, charge counters on them, etc., etc. So that proliferate, depending on how you build your deck, can actually go a lot deeper than just getting extra poison. Poison, I'd probably have to play it. If I really care about counters, I might have to play it. Again, depends on what the rest of the depends on what other options end up looking like. And there's nothing else that jumps out right away that says, hey, by the way, strictly better, strictly worse, comparable to, etc. Flesh Eater Imp. Oh, dude. Oh, wow. 4 mana for a 2/2 flying Infect. So, again, we were comparing, where is it? Time Strike earlier. 4 mana for 2/1 flying Infect. Now we get a 2/2 flying Infect. Okay, difference of a rarity bump. The Time Strike was a common. This is an uncommon. An extra point of toughness. And the ability to sack creatures to pump it. Dude, this can kill somebody in a single hit. If somebody goes, I don't block, and you've got some creatures in play, especially if they've already got a couple, like, you attack once, they take 2 poison. Attack a second time, they take poison. Attack a third time, you're not blocking. 2, 4, 6. I'll sacrifice 4 creatures, okay? This now hits you for 6 points of Infect. Okay. You're now dead. Wait, what? And again, don't forget the cute little tricks that you get from aristocrat stacks. Aristocrat stacks like creatures that can, well, be sacrificed more than once. A creature that, when you do a thing, pay a cost, play a certain type of card, whatever, can bring itself back. Or a card that, when it enters or when it dies, makes extra bodies. Or you do something else and you get extra bodies out of it. Some way to, be able to sacrifice more than once out of the same body. You do that with Flesh Eater Imp, you can fairly easily kill somebody in like 1 or 2 hits just with this. If you're playing Infect, if you're playing any sort of poison strategy, and you're playing black, you should be playing this. If you're playing an aristocrat strategy, and you want a finisher, something that will end the game for at least one person, you should be playing this. Also, keep in mind it says sacrifice a creature. It does not, like a lot of more recent cards, say sacrifice another creature. Why do I bring this up? Because if somebody goes and wants to steal your creature or exile it or whatever, you can sacrifice it to its own ability, because this ability does not target, which is, well, it doesn't target is useful. But because it doesn't target, you don't have to choose targets. You can go, okay, I sacrifice it to its own ability to give itself +1/+1 till end of turn. Well, it's not around to get the size bonus, but it's a legal play. Your creature's now in the graveyard, and you can get it back later because you're in black. You can get it back later, right? Right? Bueller? Yeah. Flesh Eater Imp. If you're in an aristocrat stack or you're in and you want a finisher or you're in Infect, you should probably be playing it. Septic Rats. 2/2 Infect for 3 is actually surprisingly, again, works out to a 4/2, which averages to a 3/3. But if defending player is poisoned, it gets +1/+1 till end of turn whenever it attacks. And it's like, wait, what? So suddenly it's attacking as a 3-power Infect creature. What? And all that I had to do was give you your first poison counter. As opposed to the more modern version with, what was it? I want to say March of the Machines had the corrupted mechanic where they had to have 3 poison. No, this just cares about you having 1. Have you got any poison on you? Cool. They can smell it. Yeah. There's a reason if you're playing black and you're playing Infect, you run this card. Like, you're playing black, you're playing Infect. Scourge Servant, consider it. Phyrexian Vat Mother, run it. Flenser Might, run it. Spread the Sickness, run it. Flesh Eater Imp, run it. Septic Rats, run it. Oh, I'm not even going to talk, like, the rest of this is just, most of the rest of this is just run it. Red cards. Okay, I might be able to get through this by, before midnight. Ogre Resistor. 4/3 vanilla creature. Again, we've had this discussion before. If you're looking for a 4-mana vanilla creature in red, you have a list of 3/4s and 4/3s that you can play, and potentially even 5/2s. 5/2s I would be wary about playing, but I wouldn't completely rule them out, simply due to the fact that depending on how you build your deck, some decks specifically care about having 5 or more power. Usually that also involves green, but some decks specifically care about having 5 or more power. And as a result, a 5/2 might actually be worth playing in a deck like that. I would be wary though about playing 5/1s, because the fact that they've only got 1 toughness, again, means they die to a stiff breeze. I would play cards like that if I had enough stuff to compensate for the fact that they had, well, 1 toughness. Do I have, for example, do I have cost reducers so that a 4-mana 5/1 creature, maybe it costs me 2 mana to cast, in which case I'm kind of fine with that. 3 mana I'm kind of iffy on. If I can get it for 2, great. Do I have enough payoffs that just care about me casting something that size? Something like Where Ancients Tread. I think that's... Yeah, whenever a creature you control, power 5 or greater, you may have this enchantment deal 5 damage to any target. A card like Where Ancients Tread, thunk, and you care less about how much toughness it has, and more the fact that, cool, something big entered, take 5. Decks built around that kind of premise, I'll take the 5/2s and the 5/1s begrudgingly. But, barring that, if you're looking for vanilla 4-drops, you're looking at 3/4s, 4/3s, possibly 2/5s and 5/2s. You have your choice of them, and yeah, this is one of the line. Nathosaur. Mirran creatures that could withstand the Phyrexian oil found an abundance of crunchy snacks. Realistically, where I would what I would want this to combine with is creatures that are not creatures, artifacts that I like. I'm looking at this as basically an ATOG, but not necessarily for the size boost, as the fact that it's a sacrifice and artifact. You know, it's a sack outlet for artifacts. Well, what kind of artifacts do you want to sacrifice? Well, first of all, there's artifacts that do something when they die. And the best ones also do something when they enter. So your Solemns and Metalcrafts, your Mycosynths and Ichor and Wellsprings, and stuff of that nature. Or, you know, even something like Clockwork Fox, I think it's called, that draws you cards when it dies. Stuff, you know, stuff that you're okay sacrificing. Or stuff that, well, a random token, let's say a blood token, got made as a side effect of some other thing. And it's like, okay, well, I don't really need it for anything else. I'll sacrifice it and give this guy trample. But again, you have to pay attention. You're playing with artifacts, but you want to be looking at the kind of payoffs for an aristocrat style deck. You're just, instead of sacrificing creatures or sacrificing artifacts, you're going to be looking at payoffs for artifacts time. You're then also looking at artifacts that, like, you're looking at stuff that makes more than one artifact at a time. Your Mycosynth Wellspring, or not Mycosynth, let's try that again. Your Mirror Battlesphere, your Triplicate Golem, when, you know, your Wormcoil Engine, because, again, these are all, they enter or they die and they make extra bodies, etc. So, again, if you're looking at Nathastor, look at it in part because, you know, it's a big creature, and in part because it's a sack outlet for your artifacts. So, you might be looking at building something similar to an aristocrat style deck, using this as a sack outlet. You're going to want enough sack outlets. If I go to my Mono Black Commons Aristocrats deck as an example, I have 11 cards here that want me sacrificing creatures to them for various effects. But the key is I have 11 ways to sack things. And then I think I might have a couple more randomly. Yeah, I've got one Spark Reaper. I've technically got Silumgar Scavenger as a which has exploit. Yeah, those are the big ones. But yeah, around a dozen ways to sacrifice what I need to sacrifice with some kind of relevant payoff. Now, if you're just looking at this as a 5/4 that occasionally gets trample, 6 mana you're paying too much. 5/4 trample, you should be looking probably around 5 mana. But if you're looking at it as a sack outlet that occasionally has, you know, with a occasionally useful side benefit for sacrificing to it, Nathastor is useful there. Kodotha Flame Fiend. 6 mana for 4/4. When it enters, you may sack an artifact. If you do 4 damage, split however you want. So this is basically, was it Pyrokinesis that leaves behind a 4/4? Oh. There we go. Yeah. Pyrotechnics. Pyrokinesis. Okay. It is costed like Pyrokinesis. No pitch ability, but you can hit any targets. So it's like, it feels like a cross between Pyrotechnics and Pyrokinesis. But leaves behind a 4/4 body. Again, you want to play a burn. You want to play a burn deck in Commander. Kodotha Flame Fiend feels reasonable for something like that. Ideally, you also want some kind of artifact that when it comes to the play or when it dies or something of that nature, also dealing damage somehow. Actually, what's that? Is it weapons manufacturing I'm thinking of? WEAP. Oh, weapons manufacturing. Whenever another non-token. No. Oh! Yeah, so that could work. Weapons manufacturing. Whenever another non-token artifact you control enters, make a token named Munitions that says whenever it leaves the token leaves the battlefield, 2 damage to any target. Not quite what I'm looking for, but basically non-token artifacts bring along an artifact token that when they get blowed up, 2 damage to a target. Huh. So you might want that in if you're going for like a mono red burn. You might, if you're thinking about Kodotha Flame Fiend, you might want to consider weapons manufacturing to go along with it. Spiraling Duelist, 4 mana for a 3/1 Metalcraft double strike. My biggest as usual, my biggest concern is she's only got 1 toughness. She does, however, mitigate some of that by having double strike. Which means 3 damage is going to be done as first strike damage. So it needs to survive getting, it needs to have like 4 toughness to be able, and it needs to at least be a 1/4 to kill her. That's assuming she doesn't have anything else thrown on. As a Metalcraft deck, I'd feel a little uneasy about her. As a as an equipment deck, I'd feel a little more comfortable because I could throw some equipment on her that gives her like even giving her like a short sword, for example. Giving her +1/+1. Making her into a 4/2, which means she swings for 8. I would feel a lot more comfortable. Or, heaven forbid, let's crossbreed things. She's obviously on the side of Mirrodin. Let's give her a Phyrexian grafted exoskeleton. She is a one-hit, one-kill. Because suddenly, she's a 3/1, +2/+2, makes her a 5/3, with an effect. If Metalcraft is kicked in, which means after the grafted exoskeleton only needs 2 more artifacts, that's not hard. Yeah. Now she's a 5-point double strike infect creature. And one hit, one kill. So yeah, enjoy. This is why if you're playing with an effect, a card like, if you want to be able to like kill somebody fairly quickly, a card like Grafted Exoskeleton is just so dangerous. Burn the Impure. 2 mana, 3 damage to target creature. If that creature has Infect, 3 damage to that creature's controller. Would not bother. Again, see my previously mentioned comments about Burn as a removal type for, like, as a way to handle removal in red. Why play that when you can play, Wild Magic Surge and Aftershock and, giant list of options that actually exist that can actually kill the thing. And sometimes multiple things, and just kill them instead of dealing damage to them. This is only really good if somebody's playing with Infect to deal an extra. But if you want a card like that, I think it's Searing Blaze. Yeah, Searing Blaze, 1 damage to target player planeswalker, and 1 to a creature they control. But landfall it's 3, and then Searing Blood, 2 to a creature. 3 to their 3 to its 3 to the creature's controller. What's the There's another card that does something similar. Oh, son of a biscuit. What are you? I can see you. Date less than block Lorwyn or block Eventide. 03. Mana value less than 3. Lash Out maybe was. Lash Out might be the one I was thinking of. Lash Out might be the one I was thinking of. But yeah, Burn the Impure. Honestly, not worth it. Cost Courier. 3 mana for 2/3 with a off-color landwalk. I've always liked this. I've always thought cards like this were entertaining. Because, again, normally cards have landwalk of their own type. If it's a blue card, it has landwalk. If it's a black card, it has swampwalk, etc. If it's going to have landwalk. So, a red card that has landwalk for green, I've always found stuff like that entertaining. And this being Commander, one player having force, you're going to be able to hit them for damage on a regular basis. Everybody getting up with force is actually trivial. Well, I shouldn't say trivial, but not unlikely. Because you can put Yavimaya Cradle of Growth into a mono red deck. Because what you were looking at to determine what cards can be put into what kind of deck is based on color identity, which is based on the cost in the top right corner. So in this case, 2 red plus 1. Any colored mana symbols in its oracle text. This does not have any. It uses the word forced, but color identity cares about color. And so that would have to say something about being about green, but it doesn't. And even if it used the word green, using the word green is not enough. It would actually have to have like a green mana symbol. Or it would have to have, you see in the middle of the card here on the left, right beside where it says Legendary Planeswalker Garruk, to the left of that, there's this symbol here. And I can't really make it any bigger. But there's this symbol here that is black and green. That is called a color indicator symbol. And it's there to indicate the color identity of this card as being black and green. In this case, because on its main side, he's only green. When he's on his other side, he is black and green. So, now we go to Yavimaya Cradle of Growth, which turns everything into a forest. It's a land, so it has no cost. Its rule text says the word forest, does not have a mana symbol on it at all. And if you take a look, even on the most recent versions of it, even on Magic Online or, you know, or on Arena, there's no color identity symbol. There's so it is, for all intents and purposes, a colorless land, which means you can put it into any deck, which means you can throw it into a mono red deck and suddenly give Cause Courier for make it unblockable 24/7. It's a little more tricky to do so when you're playing mono red because you have to play with like Blood Moon or Magus of the Moon, which is easier, you know, because you have more options. But, you know, giving I'll tell you right now, giving your opponent's forest rock, or sorry, giving your opponent's forest is usually a little more useful to them. And then you get to, you know, abuse it and go, hey, by the way, yeah. No, what? Was it, green. 7 cards out of forest rock that don't have a mono green identity. One blue green. Sorry, 2 blue black, I should say. 1 mono black. And 1 mono red. Interesting. Anyway, have fun with that one. Kadotha Ringleader. 4/4 battle cry that attacks each combat fable for 5. If I'm building battle cry, I'm quite happy to play this. This wants to attack every turn. I will allow this to attack every turn. Oops. You know, yeah, if I'm building battle cry, I'm probably throwing that in. Metallic Mastery, this is your threaten that yoinks artifacts till end of turn. Usually these effects steal creatures till end of turn. No, I'm stealing an artifact till end of turn. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm stealing your artifact till end of turn. If you're stealing something that taps for mana, you want it, ideally you want it to produce more than 3 mana. If you don't care about it producing mana, like you can steal an artifact, stealing an artifact creature till end of turn. Oh my dog! If somebody went and had a pass the turn with like Blightsteel Colossus up, if they've got Blightsteel Colossus, I am not going to apologize. You know, I'm not going to say you should apologize for stealing their Blightsteel Colossus and attacking them with their own Colossus. No, just do it. That being said, I think there are better ways to do this. Is it hijack? Yeah. Spend an extra half a mana and play hijack instead, because this will also let you take a creature instead. Tagger, how are you tagged? Theft artifact. Cool. O-tag theft artifact. Oh, haste. Sort by color. Sure. So hijack, Infernal Captor, maybe. Metallic Mastery, Momo's Heist is literally... Oh! At the beginning of the next end step, sack it. Huh. Steal thing, then sack it. Sibling Rivalry is a slightly worse hijack, but you get a Power Stone for it. Fire Swipe Back. Ooh. Yeah. Not exactly a lot of easy ways to yoink somebody's artifact to end a turn. And also one of them is blue, which is I think is funny. It makes sense to me because blue is known for, like, since day one, take your thing and take your thing. Two, doing stuff with artifacts. Also, when you send it back, you tap it. This, to me, just felt logical to be in blue. It's the only card that actually does what it does in blue. Huh. Anyway, yeah, Metallic Mastery. I think if I were to look at that, I would be looking at Hijack and Hijack and Sibling Rivalry first, because they give you the option of taking a creature instead of just an artifact. That being said, have fun with the broadcast takeover. Yeah. Yeah, this would probably be like somewhere around number 4 on the list out of like 8. I would play Hijack. I would definitely play Hijack before Metallic Mastery. Blister Stick Shaman. So 2 mana when it enters 1 damage to any target. So kind of feels a little bit like a 3/1 at that point. No, not worth it. Oh. Hello. I just realized where this could be potentially playable. If you ever decide to build something that's at least Izzet and probably Teamer, Splinter Twin style, a card like this, regardless of how much mana it costs, how much damage it deals, a card like this combined with for an effect like this to work, you really want Intruder Alarm or a similar effect if you can find a similar effect. And then Blister Stick Shaman, you can just go because you're going to generate an infinite number of creatures. Cool. Shoot them all at you, shoot them all at you, shoot them all at you. Everybody's dead, I win. It's an option. It's an option to win without having to get into combat. Rally the Forces. I think you can do +2/+0 for +2/+0 on first strike till end of turn. Rally the forces. Attacking creatures. No. Okay. No. You cannot get +2/+0 in first strike. Unless you make them all vampires. Anything that, like, this is the baseline for what you're looking at. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, this is the baseline for what you're looking at. You cannot. You're looking at +1/+0. You might get +1/+1, but in red you're looking at +1/+0. You cannot get +2/+0 and first strike unless you're playing vampires, and that's it. Okay. Yeah, first strike. You want this. Actually, you know what? Sort by cooler. Oh, that's cute. Yeah. I can't forget. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that's what you're looking at, because otherwise you're looking at 3 mana for +1/+0 and first strike, or you're looking at 1 or 2 creatures, or you're looking at, hey, by the way, you only get some of that effect. Yeah, so for the full effect, this is what you're looking at. You might be able to get +2/+0 under very specific circumstances, but yeah. No, not even. No, even Great Terrain Heist, you only get +1/+0. Yeah, 3 mana +1/+0. And yeah, that's what you're looking at. That is that cost, even nowadays. Yeah. So if you're looking to give all your creatures first strike and some kind of size boost, and you're in red, you're paying 3 mana and you're getting this. Concussive Bolt. Wouldn't bother. 5 mana, 4 damage to a player or planeswalker. I might as well play Fireball at that point. Oh no, you can't block this turn. If I'm playing Concussive Bolt, I'm looking to burn your face off. I'm probably not worrying as much about attacking. Or my creatures are too big for you to care to actually make a difference. Like, my creatures are too big for for me to worry about combat. Or I got too many of them. Into the core. This is basically 1 mana more than Dust to Dust for instant speed. Exile 2 artifacts, 2 target artifacts. This is fine. There are artifacts, not a lot, but there are artifacts that need to be exiled. You want Wormcoil Engine exiled. You want the bridges exiled. I wouldn't worry about, like, this is one of those ones where it's always nice to have one card like this in a deck. Doesn't need to be this. It could be Cast Out of the Fire or a similar effect. If you're going to play a card like that, I think having one is fine. Having two might be stretching it. Having 3 or more, I'm taking a look and going, what is wrong with your metagame where you need to exile artifacts consistently? And not only is that, you also have the ability to play with cards like Relic of Progenitus and Scrabbling Claws and similar cards where you can eat cards when once they're in the graveyard. How bad are things that you need to play more than like 2? And not just play with graveyard and not just play with like graveyard hate. So yeah. But 1 or 2 cards of this nature or Cast Out of the Fire or something like that, I think is perfectly fine. Green cards. Malira's Keepers. Can't have counters put, 5 mana 4/4 can't have counters put on it. This also means it can't get +1/+1 counters, shield counters, but also means it can't get stun counters, it can't get -1/-1 counters, stuff of that nature. So it's a coin toss. If you are looking for a creature that's always going to be a 4/4, Malira's Keepers is going to be fine. If you are looking for something that you can put stuff on to, to embiggen it or this, that, whatever, no. Basically, if Solemnity would fit, if apart from color, Solemnity would fit your deck, you're okay with Malira's Keepers. If Solemnity would give your deck issues, don't play Malira's Keepers. Tangled Mantis, 3/4 trample for 4 mana. At that point, feels about right. I think if you're building like, you want to build like insects or something of that nature, you're looking into a card like Tangled Mantis. Other than that, nowadays, I think you can get a 4/4 trample. I think. Oh, really? There are two 4/4 tramples that you can get at common. Fierce Witch Stalker and Gnarlback Rhino. That's it. Those are the only two 4/4 tramples that you can get at common. If you're not restricting yourself to common, and let's say you're willing to go uncommons, you've got the Colossal Dactyl, which is, 4 mana for 4/5 reach trample is huge in more ways than one. Iwamori of the Open Fist. 5/5. When it enters, each opponent may put a legendary creature card from their hand onto the battlefield. I actually really like this because, guy because even in Commander, like, unless you build around legendary creatures, historic, etc., etc. See, the typical deck might have like one or two. It's not going to have a lot, and so somebody might put one into play. I doubt everybody's dropping one. So this is going to be and then heaven forbid you're playing with like Torpor Orb. Stamping Zero. I like Stamping Zero. The thing with Stamping Zero is you need some kind of you need something that you want to bring back because it bounces back a green creature. And off the top of my head, and I'm not saying there's not more. Oh wow, what are you called? I can see it. Mana value equal 5. ID equal green. Mana 3. Mana 4. Keyword Death Touch. Power equal 2. Acidic Slime. I couldn't remember what it was called. But yeah, Acidic Slime. This is the kind of card that you want to be able to bring back consistently with Stamping Throughout and just keep dropping it into play. Either casting it or, heaven forbid, cheating it into play with a, like Elvish Piper or something like that and just go boom, boom. Every turn you blow up a thing that you don't want around anymore and still have a 2/2 Death Touch. Stampeding Wildebeest, basically the same thing. The beginning of your upkeep, return a green creature you control to owner's hand. 5/4 trample, same cost. Other than that, you're looking at Yavimaya Ants, which is basically Green Ball Lightning. Slightly smaller, but it's basically Green Ball Lightning. And that's assuming you're going to uncommons. Yeah. Tangle Mantis. So, because this is what? A 4 mana. Yeah, so basically, for this cost, this is about the size you're looking at. You're not really going to do much better than this in terms of trampling creatures. You can do better. Gnarlback Rhino and Fierce Witch Stalker, but after that, you're looking somewhere around this. Glissa's Courier. Again, what I mentioned before about Cost Courier having Forest Walk. This has got Mountain Walk. Green creature with Mountain Walk. Entertaining AF to me. But this way you actually would have to. The funny thing is, you know, cost courier, you can still get away with playing mono green, or mono red rather. This way, you'd actually have to play. You could jump through some hoops to get you playing to do it in mono green, but it would be difficult. What you want is something along lines of, excuse you, something along the lines of Dryad of the Elysian Grove or Prismatic Omen or a similar card, and then turn around and put it under somebody else's control somehow. Is that the one I'm thinking of? No. Oh, I know the one I'm thinking of. Lush Growth. That's the card I'm thinking of. What you really need is a card along lines of Lush Growth. Are there land conversion? Huh. OTAG land conversion. ID equal green. Nylea's Presence. Damn it. You would still have to ship a Dryad of the Elysian Grove or Prismatic Omen to somebody else. Unless you're lucky and somebody's playing Jund or Grixis or is it? There we go. I'll get there eventually. Unless you're lucky and somebody's doing that, then you can turn around and go, hey, by the way, look. Hey, guess what? You got a mountain. And you got a mountain. Now everybody's got a mountain. You don't have a mountain. Oh. I can fix that later. Don't worry about it. Why does he want everyone to have mountains? Glossus Courier. Ah, oh, crap. But yeah, would require more effort and more work to do it. Not impossible. More effort and more work. Mirror Metal. Oh my god. Okay, so I wouldn't play this in a Metalcraft deck. What I would probably play this in is... Okay. So, basically what you're looking at is Giant Growth. You know, Giant Growth with set mechanic. Turning on Metalcraft is fairly easy. What kind of decks want Giant Growth effects? And realistically, what you end up seeing is stuff along the lines of Infect, where you tend to want to throw a bunch of damage on one person at the same time. The problem is you've got 3 opponents. But if your pumps can be big enough, you might only have to spend a couple of cards. So, Mirran Metal, for example, if you have, let's say, Spiring Duelist, Aspiring Duelist with a... Actually, no. Aspiring Duelist is a bad example for this situation. Phyrexian Vat Mother. Hit for 4 Infect. By the way, Mere Metal. So that's now, you've now taken 8 poison from a single hit. Any other giant growth effect or similar kills one person outright. Okay. So that means a handful of, like if you've got some healthy sized pumps, and I use the term healthy loosely here because we are talking about giving poison to people. But if you've got some pretty strong pumps that you can do that are cheap. There's the one that if you played it on, it was during Time Spiral block. Not format. What do you call it? Block, Time Spiral. Might of Old Croza. That is the one I was thinking of. So, Might of Old Croza, Mere Metal, and, you know, a few other cards that can give like +4 or +5 or something of that nature. You know, basically, how big can you pump for as little mana as you can? Kind of making it wind up feel like a modern deck, because you really want to be spending no more than 2 cards. But then, now, we're not talking at kitchen table. We're now talking like something more approaching a CEDH. Mere Metal? Yeah. Again, would not generally recommend giant growth effects in Commander. Like, in your kitchen table Commander games. In CDH, go ahead. I can see it, no problem there, etc., etc. You know, Bounty of the Hunt. You know, maybe throw Berserk in there. Or similar cards. I would probably want to go Gruul. Because I know I can get... I know in red I can get, for no more than 2 mana, I know I can get to +4 power. At least 3 different ways. And yeah, I don't know if you could pull it off in mono green, but you can have 1, 2. I think you might be able to pull off by turn 4 having the table dead with poison. Just building on the conceptual skeleton of something like Modern or Legacy Infect. Unnatural Predation, not worth it. In a 60 card format where you got 20 life, I can see this having some use. In a format like Commander, it's too easy to just give your stuff trample to begin with, and the +1/+1 in of itself is not enough. Pistol Strike, somebody at the table is going to have a flying creature. Is it you or is it somebody else? Hopefully it's somebody else. If you are If you're playing poison and you're in green, pack a copy of this. It might be an Ornithopter. Get it off the board. Get them their first poison counter. Give them their second poison counter. They're going to need it. They're going to need it. Quotes Lagworm. Basically, you're looking at a giant creature that costs less mana to cast than its power and toughness. You're playing big dumb vanilla creatures. Quotes Lagworm should be on your consideration list. Thrun the Last Troll. How much do you want to troll people? There's a few places to play this. One, can't be countered. I have a deck that's based around that entire phrase. This spell can't be countered. It is Gruel. Two, it's a troll. If you're playing literal troll deck, you want this in your deck. If you're playing mono green, I think it's not unreasonable for this to be your general. In my opinion, at 4 mana is really good. At 6 mana he's still playable. At 8, I'd be iffy about it. But I could probably see my way to paying 8 mana. I wouldn't like it, but I think at 8 mana I'd still be okay casting him. Now that being said, also depends how much mana generation I've got to work with. And if I am paying 8 mana for him, there's I want to say it's Opal Palace, and I don't think it is. It is Opal Palace. Pay 1 tap, add 1 mana of any color in your commander's color identity. If you spend this mana to cast your commander, it enters with a number of additional +1 counters on it, equal to the number of times it's been cast from the command zone this game. This card is really good because what it means is that, for example, if I've cast him from the command zone 3 times and now he's 8 mana, well, I can have him enter and put 3 +1 counters on him, and now he's a 7/7. I'm spending an extra mana because filtering. I'm paying a mana from elsewhere and tapping the palace. He's entering with 3 +1/+1 counters, but now he's a 7/7 can't be countered shroud regenerating. Or not shroud, hexproof. And Opal Palace suddenly makes Thrun the Last Troll a lot more palatable. So, yeah. He's... Oh, wow. I do not know where you came from, but that is cool AF. Oh, gods. I think... I don't remember what the secret lair is called, but I remember this. 8. Really? Goblin Graham. Oh god. Okay. I get it. Everything else is goblins, and then you get Thrun showing up being a troll. Okay. Anywho, yeah. Lead the Stampede. If you're playing Lead the Stampede, you really want a bunch of creatures in your deck. This, I would like something like this. I want 40 or 50 creatures in my deck. I want it to be based around a certain creature type, ideally, but not necessarily. Something like this, for example, I could see throwing into my, what do you call it? 3 tickets to the zoo, please, which is a 5 color. Oops. um, the thing about my 3 tickets to the zoo, please deck, it's all based around animals. Literally, at least half the deck, like 50 cards, is animals with a handful of other cards. Lead the Stampede, I don't think would quite fit that, but I think it would make more sense in a deck like Elves, where because they've all got like a certain creature type, they've all got like a similar feel to them, as in they tap for a bunch of mana, or they put counters on stuff, or make more elves, or something. But it's like there's like a handful of categories that they fall into. Um, and when I say a handful, I mean like that many. Whereas as opposed to something like my 3 tickets to the zoo, please deck, where everything is based, everything is like scattered all over the place. A deck like Slivers, I could also see it going into. So, anything that's based around a cohesive creature type where stuff categorizes together into like small categories. This fits nicely because you're generally looking for, or anything that's just any kind of deck that cares about creatures where you can categorize the creatures into like a say 2 or 3, maybe 4 different categories. A card like Lead the Stampede you're going to want because you're more likely to want a card that fulfills, when you're looking at Lead the Stampede, you want a card that fulfills a role rather than a specific creature. So that's where I see Lead the Stampede making sense. Blight Widow, oh god, Blight Widow's so good. Blight Widow's so good. This is literally Giant Spider with Infect. Again, Infect basically being told, hey, by the way, I count it as though I've got twice the power because 10 poison versus 20 health, because Commander was a... This was a format that people... Because remember, this is 2011. People did not know of the existence yet of Commander unless you were part of the judge community. Realistically, a handful of other people knew, but we're talking like compared to like how pretty much anybody that plays Magic these days at least knows of Commander. When I heard about it, it was the it was a format that judges played with each other at the end of a Grand Prix or whatever when they're like winding down. And so, you know, but yeah, Giant Spider, 2/4 with reach for 4 mana was a standby for a long time. This is the exact same cost with Infect. If you're playing Spiders, you should play it. Like, if you're in green and you're in Spiders, you should play it. You're in Infect, you should play it. You want some kind of relatively inexpensive but reasonable rattlesnake way of handling flyers, you should play it. Like this slots into so many different spots. It is just so good that I'm surprised it's not higher on the list. 19 cards. Yeah. Debatable. When it dies, get a land. Okay, yeah. Damage should be dealt to prevent a... Okay, yep. Okay, yeah, I can see why Blight Widow's as far down as it is. Plague Mob Beast, we talked about that earlier. Sack a creature to proliferate. Again, once everybody's got like 1 poison counter on them, you don't even need to sit there and worry about dealing extra poison to them. You've got one, cool. Do not forget, if you are playing that game, to throw Decimator Web into your list somewhere. We might cover this later. I doubt it. The most relevant part of this is they get a poison counter. Yes, it's 8 mana to give them a poison counter, and a couple other things happen. You don't care about that. You care about them getting a poison counter in a way that doesn't have to worry about combat, doesn't worry about... Just, here's an artifact that came into play. Oh, crap. And then has some ways to proliferate, so they lose. Also, again, keep in mind, just because it says proliferate, and you do not have to be playing with, you don't have to be playing with poison. You can play it a lot more fairly. You can proliferate +1/+1 counters. You can proliferate stun counters on your opponent's stuff. You can proliferate your planeswalkers loyalty. You can proliferate your if you are like Tomer from MTG Goldfish, or Phil, aka Brewer's Kitchen. And I'm not saying I think they're wrong. I'm just saying there are a couple of people I know that do this, and they like cards like Peat Bog, which enters with 2 depletion counters. Tap, remove a depletion counters, add double black. Once there's no counters on it, you sack it. But if you keep proliferating that counter, you keep being able to spend extra mana every turn. It's almost $3 US. That thing is insane. Uh, 270, 360. I'm just gonna fire off a quick message to somebody. Nope. Shoot. Uh, 55, 65, 75. Sorry, had to fire off a quick message to my boss before I forgot about it. But yeah, peat bog. Yeah, you're playing with stuff like that. Proliferate makes a huge difference to cards like that. Like there's a lot more uses that, like there's a lot more uses that uh that there's a lot more cards that will involve counters than most people realize they have in their deck. So yeah, do not forget. Don't be don't forget about that thing. Rotwolf, 3 mana. Oh wow, this thing is so good. 3 mana for 2/2 with Infect, so essentially a 3 mana 4/2. Cost wise, so basically 3 mana 3/3. Whenever a creature dealt damage by Rotwolf this turn dies, you may draw a card. So basically you go, hey Rotwolf, did you help kill somebody? Oh. Cool, I'll draw a card. And it's a common. How? That thing is so good. That thing is like hardcore front loaded. Phyrexian Hydra. 5 mana for 7/7 Infect. If damage should be dealt to this creature, prevent that damage. Put a -1 counter on this creature for each damage prevented this way. If you can find a way for counters to not be put on this, or for the counters to be, eaten elsewhere, like Hex Parasite as an example, or Solemnity, anything of that nature at all, then yeah, then this thing is just gonna get, or give it, because it's commonly going to be red and black, more commonly red that's going to be doing it. So if you've got like a sword in X and Y that prevents damage from red, Phyrexian Hydra is just going to not care. And it's going to be 5 mana for 7/7 Infect and go thunk. Oh, I went too far, didn't I? Yes, I did. Alright, now for the fun part. Minus color gold, ID gold, minus color C. I don't think there were any. No, there was not. Color gold. Tezzeret and Glissa. Tezzeret, are you playing with artifacts? You should at least be looking into him. Glissa's good enough to be, actually, I had a Tiny Leaders deck, and she was my commander for it. And she's just got so much going on. 3 mana, 3/3, first strike, death touch, zombie, elf. And whenever one of your opponent's creatures dies, you get to bring one of your artifacts back to hand. Like from your graveyard back to hand. So, all you have to do is throw something like, I don't know, Viridian Longbow on her. You throw Viridian Longbow on her, go, cool, tap, shoot that. Because First Strike and Death Touch means that people don't want to block her in the first place. It's going to require at least 4 creatures to block her because First Strike, she goes, kill that, and kill that. Still one left over. Okay. Now it can actually have a chance to try and deal damage back. And if it's not dealing 3 damage back, the other... Whoops. And yeah. First Strike and Death Touch. Silly combination. Yeah. If you're playing green-black and you're playing with a reasonable number of artifacts, like what I was saying before about Metalcraft wanting somewhere around 20-ish, you have that. If you're looking at building based on that kind of premise, Glissa might actually be worth considering. Artifacts, I'm not going to go through them all. There's 46. Let's just get through some groups. So these 5 here, I think. You know what? Let's see here. Minus IDC. Thought so. Cool. These 5 here all have a colored identity, and they're the only ones. 4 mana for a 2/4, pay white for vigilance. 3 mana for a 3/1, pay red to make target creature unable to block it this turn. 4 mana for a 3/3, 3 mana gives it +1/+1 till end of turn. 2 mana for a 2/1, blue to give it flying. 5 mana for a 5/3, green +2 to regenerate. I think this one is fine. Spin Engine is questionable. Dross Ripper, I'm not excited by it, but it feels okay. Gus Gimmer I actually like. Tangle Hulk, size, it's questionable. I think the biggest ones I would be, the biggest one I would be question marking is the Spin Engine. In a 60 card setting, fine, or 50 card setting, fine. Yeah, the rest of these I think are, like, Blade Sentinel and Gus Gimmer I think are probably realistically the best ones. Tangle Hulk gets by just on the it's 5 power for 5, or sorry, 5 mana for a 5 power creature. Is already pretty good when you're looking at artifact creatures. This is commonly 5 mana you're getting a 4/4, especially at common. Training Drone, 3 mana for 4/4, can't attack or block unless it's equipped. One of those things that you throw an equipment of any sort on it, and it's going to start getting out of hand because it's cheap for its cost. Is it? That's its big starting point. It is a cheap big creature, and all you have to do is throw a reasonable piece of equipment on it, like Piston Sledge. Quick creature gets +3/+1 for 3 mana. Okay, I paid 6 mana. I have a 7/5. You know, which doesn't sound exciting, but have you seen what some of these equipment do? Lumen Grid Gargoyle, 6 mana for a 4/4 flyer. I can't remember what it's called, but there's, if you're doing artifact synergy specifically, you want, like, this is fine. If you're not doing specifically artifact synergies, there's a colorless card. I think it's Scion of... It's not Scion of Urza. What do you call it? Tagger. No. What do you call it? What do you call it? Mana value equals 6 ID C power equal 4 toughness equal 4 keyword flying, not type artifact. Sign of Yugen. That's the one I'm thinking of. If you are looking to play this kind of card and you are not playing any sort of artifact synergies, you're not playing Metalcraft, you're not playing Affinity, anything like that sort of thing, play Sign of Yugen instead. If you are at all interested in this card, play Sign of Yugen instead, because this gets hit by artifact problems, and this is not an artifact. It's colorless, but it's not an artifact, which would be, in this context, it would be in its favor. That being said, if you are playing artifact synergies, you want this or something similar. Actually, let me just pull that up real quick. Of Yugen. Are there any special? No. Razorfield Rhino. I have this in one deck because it's going to be at common. It's a 6/6. It's a 6/6 creature for 6 mana in a deck where everything I have, like it's an artifact, it's a colorless ramp deck where everything is common. This is in there because it's a big beater at common. It's a 6/6. Like at 6, I need something decent at 6 mana. This is decent at 6 mana. Hexplate Golem averages to a 6/6. No, for that kind of deck, I'm playing the Rhino. Hexplate Golem is not good enough. Copper Carapace, a quick creature, can't block. The only reason I would say to play this card is if you're putting it on a creature that cares about being big, but not combat. What? Viridian Joiner is a good example. 3 mana for 1/2. Tap, add an amount of green equal to this creature's power. You put the Carapace on it, and suddenly it is going to tap for 4 mana. It's not the only card that works that way, but that gives you the idea of the sort of thing I'm talking about. Peace Strider, when it centers, gain 3 life, 4 mana for a 3/3. Meh. It is in one deck that I'm going to, again, I like doing weird stuff. I have my Izzet commons only life gain deck, and it actually makes an appearance here. Let's see if I can find it here. Peace Strider, right here, because it is a common creature that when it enters, I gain life. And I can play it in Izzet. Rusted Slasher, 4 mana for 4/1, second artifact to regenerate it. Again, what I said before about Nathasaur applies here. You want this as a sack outlet for artifacts. Apart from that, be aware it's only got a single point of toughness. It will die to a stiff breeze. Plus, it is an artifact, so it can die to a lot of things. Do not assume this thing is going to live for very long. If you are playing it, don't assume it's going to live for very long. And then last, let's do lands. Contested War Zone. Contested War Zone. So it's a colorless land that taps. So it taps for colorless. Pay 1 and tap it, and basically all your stuff has got Battle Cry. Attacking creatures get +1/+0 till end of turn. So you don't have to target one and go, everything else gets +1/+. No, all your creatures. But if somebody hits you for combat damage, just like how the Monarch can be passed around and going through the dungeon can be, now somebody else is going through the dungeon. Contested War Zone, this will go off to somebody else, and you have to hit them for combat damage to get the land back. That being said, put this into a deck like Elves or something of that nature, where you can flood the board, or so any deck where you can. Goblins would also work. Anything where you can flood the board with like a lot of bodies and have enough bodies left behind for protection, and you're probably fine. And just run over your opponents. And then Inkmoth Nexus, if you're playing Infect and can I afford a colorless land in my deck? Yes, put Inkmoth Nexus in. That being said, next week, let me think here. Scars of Mirrodin. Oh, yes. Next week is New Phyrexia. Oh, one of my favorite removal cards in the game. Beast Within. Unfortunately, it's too good and enough. It's like, I played this in Modern because it was just when you're playing Tron, dealing with a 3/3 beast token your opponent has, when your stuff is like, Karn the Great Creator, or not Karn Liberated, or Wormcoil Engine, or other just big chunky nasty things. Nah, too good. Phyrexian Metamorph. Where did I see you? No, you were also in Modern back in the day. Mental Misstep, Dispatch. I'm not sure how I feel about Dispatch. Unwinding Clock. That's gonna be my thumbnail for next week. Anyway, wow, actually managed to get done just under 5 hours. I'll see you guys later next week. Hopefully, crossing my fingers back to Tuesday.